very warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of this warm-up game between Somerset and Warwickshire, which are resuming this morning on 117-1 in their second innings. That's an overall lead currently of 108. Our umpires for this game are Graham Lloyd and David Milnes, and our match referee is Wayne Newman. Our scorers representing Somerset, Polly Rhodes, and for Warwickshire, Mel Smith. Reminder that today's play will be split into 3 2-hour sessions with 90 overs scheduled for today. Here is a reminder of our 2 squads, starting with Somerset. Captain Tom Abel, number 28. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. Tom Banton, number 18. George Bartlett, 14. Jack Brooks, 70. Josh Davey, 38. Steve Davies, number 11. Marshawn DeLanger, 90. Number 44 is Lewis Goldsworthy. Ben Green, 54. Lewis Gregory, 24. James Hildreth, 25. Tom Lammerby, 15. Ned Leonard, 19. And finally, Roloff Vandermerwe, number 52. For Warwickshire, Captain Will Rhodes, number 35, Dom Sibley, 45, Sam Hain, 16, and 71 is Alex Davies, number 7, Matt Lamb, Michael Burgess, 61, Chris Benjamin, 12, Dan Mousley, 80, Danny Briggs, 14, Ryan Sidebottom, 22, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 20, Manraj Johal, 5, Jake Lintott, 23, and finally for Warwickshire, we have Che Simmons. Reminder that pay and display car parks at the Cooper Associates County Ground are in operation. Seating available today is thoroughly already gathered in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion and the Ondaatje stand. We have refreshments available in stragglers for you this morning. Also, you may like to know that the 1875 Club is open to all members, so it's a bit chilly for you outdoors, then why not pop into the 1875 Club. We have brushed the ice off the outfield and we're ready to get underway at 11 o'clock this morning. We're looking forward to another great day of cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and we're delighted that you've come on to enjoy it with us today. Tickets for all of our home matches are now on sale. This includes tickets for the England Women's Test match taking place here this summer. And on that note, commiserations to England's women's team who lost overnight, sadly, in quite a dramatic Women's World Cup final at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Australia batting first, making 356 for 5. Including that 170 from Alicia Healy. And in reply, England's women all out for 285. So Australia winning by 71 runs in that match. Nat Sibber with a fantastic 148 not out for England, but it just wasn't enough. And Australia winning the World Cup final by 71 runs. Congratulations to them. commiserations to England. Give you a date for your diary. It's on July the 28th when we have an incredible collection of stars from London's West End, backed by a phenomenal 9-piece band. They'll be performing One Night of Neil, a magical tribute concert celebrating the wonderful music of Neil Diamond. Tickets for One Night of Neil are now on sale, and you can contact reception this week if you would like to book your tickets. I'm sure they'll sell fast. July the 28th is that date for your diary.
Well, good morning from the Cooper Associates County Ground. Welcome to day 3 of Somerset versus Warwickshire. Somerset's final day of pre-season practice. Warwickshire set to resume 1-1-7 for 1 in their second innings. So we shall got lovely weather here today, slightly warmer and under sunny skies as here come the umpires. Commentary team today will be myself, Ben Warren. We'll be joined by Spencer Bishop and Tony Pomeroy throughout the day as we gear up for the regular season. So thanks everyone for joining on the live stream so far. As Tom Abel leads his team out for the final time before the season starts down at the Ageas Bowl on Thursday.
Warwickshire resuming this morning on 117, currently lead of 108. Overnight, we have had 2 retirements. Paul Rhodes on 27 and Don Sibley on 58. Coming out to the middle, the 7, Matt Lamb.
Still pretty cold this morning. It did read -1 again on on the temperature as people arrived at the ground. Ice had to be taken off some of the bits of the square. Ground staff were hard at work removing some of the ice, but conditions now pretty good for cricket, as we see Jack Brooks, who didn't bowl yesterday evening. Brooks, who bowled really well in the first innings and has had a really promising pre-season so far. It looks like Dom Sibley has retired. So it looks like we are seeing 2 new batters.
Is the first delivery of the day, number 7, Matt Lamb.
In comes Brooks for the first delivery of the day. I'm delighted to be joined by Spencer Bishop.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Very, very well, thank you. Last day of pre-season.
Absolutely. Everything is ready to go for the start of the season, obviously.
Absolutely.
All the kinks have been ironed out.
Absolutely. That's what pre-season's all about.
Brooks into bowl and no run. Warwickshire resuming this morning then on 117 for 1. Jack Brooks opening the bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end this morning. Ball in hand. Jack Brooks coming in. And he bowls. Ooh. Takes him on the pad. No big appeal. No run. Jack Brooks has been looking very good in pre-season. This time last year recovering from surgery on his thumb, both of his ankles. But Jack Brooks this season fully fit and ready to go. He's got a big part to play for Somerset in 2022. In he comes. Oh, and he's bowled him. He's gone, Jack Brooks, with the wicket early on. We were saying that Jack Brooks has been in good form and has got a big part to play for Somerset. And it's quite clearly he was listening to what we were saying. A beautiful delivery from Jack Brooks. Stumps cartwheeling, and that's what you love to see. The headband warrior making the early breakthrough for Somerset this morning. Michael Burgess is the incoming batsman. Warwickshire then now 117 for 3, a lead of 108. It's a great start to the day for Somerset. Jack Brooks, who we said had been looking threatening throughout the whole of pre-season, gets a wicket with the 4th ball of his over. 3 dots and a wicket then for Jack Brooks in his opening over of the day. And we said he was looking good. Thankfully, the opposite of the commentator's curse kicking in there. And great start for Jack Brooks.
Great start, but I didn't see it. Unfortunately, I was called away on a...
You missed it. We got a wicket. Off you go again, Ben.
Called away on a little bit of an emergency.
I'm not sure what's happening with the scoreboard.
That was the emergency.
It's showing slightly different details to what's happening in reality at present.
That's what as we just said. That's what pre-season.
Yeah,
all about.
we said that we'd ironed out all the kinks and that everything was fine and ready to go. Warwickshire then at 117 for 4. Jack Brooks in again and bowls. And it is played safely away at no run. And that is an outstanding first over for Jack Brooks. A wicket maiden to start the day. Just what the doctor ordered. Dom Sibley and Will Rhodes both retiring overnight, which is why they resume the day on 117 for 3. Lamb and Mousley are opening the batting this morning, and Jack Brooks taking a wicket with the 4th ball of that over. Warwickshire finishing that over then on 117 for 4. Ned Leonard will bowl the 2nd over of the day from the River End, and Ned Leonard, who's looked another one who's looked very good in pre-season.
Yeah, he's bowled really well. He bowled well yesterday as well. It's not easy on this pitch as a fast bowler as we've seen this innings, but
hitting the right areas.
He's done a good job. He looks, as we mentioned yesterday, he looks in good rhythm. He looks like he's coming out nicely for him. So yeah, he's giving himself every chance, I would say, of making the bus trip on Wednesday.
Clearly, it's early, isn't it, in the season, and everyone's going to win the championship at this time of the year.
We're not going to win the championship.
Everyone's going to win it. Obviously, it's nice to be starting on the same points as everybody else this year, but what we've seen so far pre-season would suggest that both Ned Leonard and Casey Aldridge have closed that gap to the frontline bowlers and the first change bowlers, and I know that Jason's been particularly impressed by both.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's obviously quite difficult to judge pre-season, but I think in the case of Ned, I think saying yesterday that the Abu Dhabi trip was his first taste of going on a tour with Somerset. So I think these are important milestones that they tick off in their careers. So. Someone's car alarm going off.
I was going to say, I hope that's not mine. I've never heard my car alarm, so I don't know necessarily what it sounds like. I'm hoping it's not a repeating horn like that.
We've gone from the lovely ringing bells of St James's Church on the Sunday morning to car alarm in the space of an hour.
I was saying yesterday, disappointing numbers on flat watch so far in this game.
Yeah, we normally get a few, don't we? But I can see a couple of people up there. Have just had a text from the technical guy. He is working on the scoreboard.
Excellent.
So at the moment it still says 117 for 1 on our in-ground scoreboard, but of course it's now 117 for 4. So the good news is the score hasn't changed all morning, so it's still technically displaying the correct score.
Which is the important bit.
Absolutely.
Polly will fix it. Of that I have no doubt. Looking in a good rhythm, isn't he, Ned Leonard?
Yeah, I think on this wicket, you've just got to be very, very patient and not try and do too much with it. Just stick in there and. Yeah, for those just joining, we can confirm that Rhodes and Sibley have retired overnight.
It's the end of the 2nd over of the morning. Warwickshire, still no runs added to the overnight total, but we have seen a wicket this morning with Jack Brooks striking and removing Lamb, which frankly is just reward for his absurd run-up, which I maybe mentioned in commentary yesterday. But good to see Jack Brooks firing as well. He's a different Jack Brooks, I think, this year, isn't he? He's entering a season fully fit and pain-free for the first time in quite a while.
Yeah.
Maybe what he's lost in pace a little bit, he's gained in guile. Although I imagine he would argue that he hasn't lost any pace whatsoever. He comes and bowls. And those are the first runs of the morning. Just the single.
be interesting to see what we see from Jack this year. He's done exceptionally well in T20 cricket last year as well, didn't he? As well as playing some 4-day cricket. So,
and he's a vital element of the squad, isn't it? Whenever we spoke to during the Royal London Cup run, we spoke to a lot of the young bowlers making their debuts or breaking into the first team, and each single one of them name-checked Jack Brooks as the person who came up to them and put their arm around them and spoke those last words to them before they took the field. And you know, that's a sort of club pro that you want here. Obviously, we talk a lot about the culture, and Jack Brooks is one of the forebearers of that. Short. Oh,
he's just saying he's lost pace, Spence.
Yeah, clearly I know nothing. Banged into the ground. I don't think that carried.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with Jack. I think, you know, every setup around the country is got to have a great mix of youth and experience. And Jack's come in now, which will be his fourth year with Somerset.
Third, I think. Yeah.
And he's won the county championship multiple times with Yorkshire. He brings that winning mentality, but he also is a great sort of culture standard bearer for the lads.
I mean, what a lot of people will not notice is things that go on behind the scenes, and you know, we talk a lot about how important community is here, and Jack Brooks is always one of those, the first to put his hand up to get involved in things, whether that be hospital visits. He's taken a particular interest in the Super Ones programme and is a regular attender of their sessions in Bridgewater. And he's just, you know, he's just a great club man. I think that's a term that sort of is dying out a little bit, but you know, the likes of Jack Brooks, you know, even if they're not in the starting 11, they certainly bring something to the squad.
Yeah, and I think as well as his role in the development of the likes of Ned Leonard and Casey Aldridge is, you know, it's not just the coaches that are providing the coaching expertise. A lot of the senior bowlers see that as their responsibility, and I know Jack takes that really seriously.
I'm looking forward to press day tomorrow to see what shenanigans he's got up his sleeve. Last year, obviously, he brought the comedy joke false teeth and had his Head and Shoulders profile shot with those in.
Yeah.
Oh, a short one from Jack Brooks.
Club Media Day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Where all the headshots, the official headshots and squad photos get taken. And yeah, Jack Brooks tries to make your life as press officer as difficult as possible, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
Yeah.
We had a brief chat yesterday. He said he's got something up his sleeve. As I say, last year he had big comedy joke false teeth in, so we had to redo his headshot. Fortunately, I spotted it because there was a little group around Jack Brooks and they were all giggling like naughty schoolboys, and I thought there's some shenanigans afoot here.
That is the beauty of this time of year, isn't it? That all the jokes are on the table.
End of the 29th over. Warwickshire 118 for 4. Mousley yet to score. Burgess off the mark with 1. Ned Leonard bowling his second over of the day in from the river end and bowls. Down the leg side, taken by Steve Davis. Interesting to see Tom Abel fielding in the slips.
Yeah.
Are we thinking that's down to the likelihood of his bowling loads requiring him to be running around slightly less?
He has fielded there before, hasn't he? I think one of those guys that's pretty immaculate in the field if he was wherever he is.
And bowls leg side again. Could well make its way to the boundary. It's stopped short.
Is that Lewis Goldsworthy there? Deep square leg.
That's the problem with this time of year, isn't it, from the commentators? We don't want to sully the beautiful cable knit sweater by putting names and numbers on the back, but when it's cold and they're wearing them, it's difficult to tell. Although Warwickshire yesterday, there was, I think, at one point 3 side bottom number 22 jumpers on display at one point. Clapping, you can hear Tom Abel geeing up his team. Always very vocal in the field. In comes Ned Leonard.
That's a good shot.
Driven away for 4. That is a good shot.
It's not a half volley from Leonard, but it's well put away by Burgess. Yeah, we've had that in the beanie hats, meaning that it's almost impossible from up here to...
Yeah. You know, it's the start of the cricket season. This morning they were scraping ice off the outfield.
Yeah,
the players are all wearing bobble hats. It's definitely time for the start of the cricket season, isn't it?
The ice was a big feature of the morning's work for the... as it's driven away for 4 more.
4 more.
Again, that just goes to show the sort of... there's lack of pace in this pitch, and you can drive on the up fairly comfortably.
Seeing replay of it now.
Not a bad delivery at all from Leonard, but it's well timed, and it races away for 4.
It's key, isn't it? Timing on a 6-day-old pitch. Timing is key.
Oh, I've got some breaking news as well. I think the scoreboard's up to date.
You might be right. To be fair, though, the scoreboard was clearly our fault, having sat here all smug saying, that's all the kinks ironed out. Yeah, we're ready for Essex. No problem at all. But we are back up and running. Going to credit Polly with that.
We've got a guy who, when we can't fix the technical problems around the ground, and he's affectionately known as Smudge. We've got any major technical problems, we just text Smudge. You know.
Does that mean his surname is Smith?
He just dials in remotely from wherever he is.
We've broken it again.
And we just
fix it. End of the over.
So good work, Smudge.
Warwickshire 128 for 4. Expensive one, that, for Ned Leonard. So were you up at the crack of dawn for the Women's World Cup final this morning?
I was not.
Oh.
But that's only because I've been pretty intense getting ready for the season here. So, but
I mean, you've got to take your hats off to Australia. They're playing cricket on a different planet at the moment, aren't they? In comes Jack Brooks from the Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah, when I woke up, I looked at the scorecard and I saw
3-5-7.
Yeah, you know, it
Wow.
reminds me a little bit of that Australian-Indian World Cup final for the men's game in 2003 when Pontin and Gilchrist got plenty, and yeah, I think batting first in a World Cup final, if you get a big score on the board, it's. But no,
you've got credit to Alyssa Healy, 170 in a World Cup final. I think 120 off the last 10 overs or something like that. I think they were saying Australia women have lost 2 50-over matches in 5 years, which is ridiculous.
I mean, they probably then can claim to be well deserved.
Well, I think that they now hold all the trophies, and it just shows the quality and depth. You know, Elise Perry not fit enough to bowl and only made 17, and they still won the World Cup by 70-odd runs.
But it was a great effort from England to come back from, I think they were 1 game away from elimination, weren't they, at several points during that.
4 semi-finals before the actual semi-final, and a great knock from that Siver. And at one point it did look like England had a chance, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. But you know, I think they can hold their heads high, and you know, at the moment losing to Australia isn't a disaster, is it?
No, I think it's probably a fair reflection of where Australian cricket is at the moment from both the male and female games. So just had a tweet in from Tracy. Morning comms team, sunny here in Poole again. Thank you for your chat and commentary. A picture of her grandson William from yesterday.
Oh, brilliant!
Love that.
That's a great picture.
I've just retweeted that on the as Stephen mentioned on Friday. We've got a new Twitter account at SEC_comms. So for when the regular season starts and the professional commentators come in, rather than just me and Spence.
No, don't be too critical of us. This is not our fault. This is just supply and demand. You get what you pay for on a free live stream on a Sunday, And you're stuck with us, Herbert.
But yeah, SCC, you can just see it on the ticker going through there. Thanks, Dan. But SCC comms.
Shot.
That's good. That's short and hammered away by Burgess. It's gone all the way.
All the way for 6.
Just goes to show how short that boundary is, but it was well connected. But yeah.
Damaging our new advertising hoardings straight into those. You heard the crash. Thanks for that. Short from Brooks, and that probably got what it deserved.
It did. I know.
In comes Jack Brooks.
Short again.
Short.
4 again. Yeah, I mean, it's a legitimate bowling tactic in terms of getting prepared for the summer, but I think on this pitch, on this slow, flat pitch, it's unlikely that Jack Brooks is going to cause too many problems with the short ball. But again, it's not necessarily about what happens down the other end. You know, I think all the bowlers are looking at practicing different elements of their bowling, and there we go.
There is the photo of Jack Brooks with the comedy false teeth from press day last year. I'm, as we say, looking forward to what he's got in store for us tomorrow, which will no doubt increase my stress levels on the day, much to his amusement. Ned Leonard then to continue from the river end. Expensive in his last over.
Squirted away down to long leg. So the key question is, I guess, what we need to is are we going to get a bit of a competitive finish to this game? I think that's the, are we going to see?
I think the sort of whisperings are that obviously Warwickshire had a session yesterday. They'll have a session this morning, and then we'll potentially get 2 sessions after lunch. I mean, that's what you would potentially hope for. Because we were talking to Roland van der Merwe on day 1, and he was talking about winning becoming a habit and how important it is to get that mentality, because you can't just switch it on when we go to Hampshire. In comes Leonard again.
Slightly early on that one, but
yeah, I think the boys are keen to chase a total.
We were speaking about it yesterday in terms of that match scenario. You know, I think everyone's had a bit of a hit now in pre-season. We've been very lucky with the weather, so we're now into day 8 of pre-season in the UK, and they played some in Abu Dhabi as well. So, yeah, I think if I were in this game, I'd be trying to take that to the next step and try and create some intensity this afternoon. And I think we saw it in the last pre-season of last year that there was a noticeable increase in intensity on the final afternoon. So,
and that's a great word, isn't it? Intensity, and that's you would want to go into the game at the Aegeus on the back of, getting one over on the county champions.
Yeah, and I think the only problem I guess they're going to have is that I'm not sure how easy this pitch is going to be to take 10 wickets for. So I think if I was in Warwickshire's shoes, I wouldn't. Obviously the win and the loss is pretty irrelevant, but I'm not sure if they were to set up a game that it would be very easy for them to try and take 10 wickets this afternoon. But that's well driven.
Down the ground for 4.
Slightly full from Leonard, but matched well from Burgess, and
he's rattled on to 25 quite rapidly.
He has. He's made use of this short offside boundary as well. Punched down the ground. Mid-off's quite wide there, but
in comes Leonard again.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, it's well pulled. Again, I'm not as we just mentioned, the Jack Brooks over, bowling short on this pitch isn't likely to bring much joy. And
unless you're a batsman.
Sort of, yeah, I mean, Ned Leonard's not express pace. It's just sort of set up to be pulled away in front of square. So the lead now is up to
139.
139. So we've got 84 overs remaining in the day. So minus the 2 for the change of innings. So you know, I think we're pretty sure that Somerset will have some sort of session in the post lunch, post tea part of the day to have a bat. But it remains to be seen on how that final innings of the game will play out.
Brooks to Mousley and no run. First ball of the 33rd over. It is a strong attack for Somerset this year, isn't it? When you look at the likes of Overton, Leach and Siddle to come in. Brooks again.
Yeah,
and Matt Renshaw would have you believe that he's an international bowler as well.
Yeah, he will. Just mentioning Siddle. We got our interview that's premiering at lunchtime on the live stream today. So yeah, do stick around. It will be live on the stream just after 1 o'clock.
Said some nice things about wanting to be Essex, which is nice.
He did.
And we got to the bottom of competitive wood chopping as a young man.
Yeah,
which is
so lots to look forward to.
No banana-related questions though.
Is on our
his request. He made the mistake of, I think, saying to a kid at an event once that he ate 24 bananas a day or something like that, and now that's been picked up, and journalists ask him every time he's interviewed about how many bananas he eats, which is no longer funny.
But yeah, good value. Good value in that interview. So yeah, well worth a watch at lunch on the live stream. It is on our YouTube channel on demand already if people do want to check out, of course. Do you want to check it out now? But
it will pop up on the website when I get the chance.
It'll be on the website when the media team stop commentating.
We've seen this on most of the pre-season mornings, haven't we? Wickets early on, and then a bit of a batsman's paradise. Yeah,
and we were saying it yesterday, weren't we? In fact, great credit to Scott Hawkins and his team for producing this, because they are on the same pitch as they played the first 2 games. So this is day 8. This pitch is now on day 8, which is in March, and early April is a pretty impressive achievement to get. I mean, I think it has essentially died, and it's proven very difficult to bowl.
Good response that from Jack Brooks. Expensive previous over, comes back with a maiden. I think we can look at that wicket from this morning, which you'll be seeing for the first time.
Yeah, I've not actually seen this because it's a slightly different run up from. That's slightly different. Did he do something with? I wonder if we can see that again. I think we can have another look at that, Dan, and just see if we can detect a slight difference in his delivery. Yeah, it was a slight sort of twirl of his right arm, I reckon.
As a bowler, you always love to see a batsman shouldering arms and then seeing his his off stump skittling.
This is from side on.
There we go. Well left, young man.
Yeah, there are 2 types of leave, aren't there?
Yeah, great response from Jack Brooks. A couple of short ones racing to the boundary in the last over, and he comes back with a maiden that time around. Warwickshire then 148 for 4. The lead is 139. Ned Leonard in his 8th over.
Just to let you know, that analyst cam is still very, very green. I'm not sure it's doing a great deal for the quality of it.
Leonard into Burgess and no run.
No spin yet in this innings so far from Somerset. We saw Roloff van der Merwe have a good bowl in the first innings and was well rewarded with 3 for 27. But I think if this had been a proper competitive match, I think we'd have seen plenty of spin by now. And that's in the air. It's going to
He's going to go all the way.
That's well caught by
Steve
Kirby with the mitt.
Well caught by Steve Kirby.
Is that Steve Kirby?
It looks like it.
Might not be Steve Kirby. It looks like it's actually from Warwickshire.
Yeah.
It's not Steve Kirby. But we are, in our defence, we are quite a long... Yeah, Steve Kirby wouldn't have caught it.
That's very harsh. Very harsh.
But no, we are quite a long way away here in our defence.
Oh, well, we're getting an instant replay of that.
That's gone a long way.
That's on top of the nets.
Yeah, it's gone a long way.
There you go. It's on top of the training net. There we go.
Reminds me of club cricket nets, that does, when you have to jump up and poke the ball back over the net with your bat. Yeah, I mean,
just lost a little bit of rhythm in his last couple of overs, Ned Leonard.
Well, I think it's very, very difficult to bowl pace on this pitch, and I think it's
maybe just getting a little frustrated.
You know, I think the field is very still set for. I don't think you can read too much into these figures.
At least the wind has died down a little.
Yeah, the conditions have got slowly better over the 3 days. The wind was the main factor on day one, but this is probably the best of the 3 days if people are coming down to watch. Maybe come if you're in the local area. We might get a decent finish later on this evening.
And once you've finished the Taunton Marathon, maybe pop in, put your feet up.
Just seen Jacob Lunn pop up on the YouTube chat. We met Jacob yesterday.
Yep.
He's telling us all about his cricket sessions with Somerset Disability.
Yes.
So morning, Jacob.
You mentioned spin earlier. It worked rather better for Somerset than it did for Warwickshire yesterday, didn't it? Jake Lintott got through a lot of overs for not a huge amount of reward.
Yeah, it was nice to see him bowl with the red ball. I've never seen it too often. I've seen him play T20 cricket for Hampshire and Gloucestershire and now Warwickshire, but I'm not sure he's played too many first-class games or red ball games in his time in pro cricket. But yeah, it's nice to see.
Although we were just talking about it being less windy, you can hear. I don't know if you can hear the effects microphone. So we said everything. We got ironed out all the kinks, and the scoreboard broke. We said it's not windy, and then the effects microphone nearly ended up in Bristol.
We've caused a lot of damage in this half an hour so far.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
gone a long way, hasn't it?
Not a nice words you can describe that delivery with, unfortunately. That's just sat up to be
dispatched,
I think. And that's the 50 partnership.
With Burgess on 48.
Yeah.
Now, you've just been dispatched like that. What are you coming out with? What's coming out your box of tricks now, Ben Warren?
Well, it's going to be fuller, isn't it? No, it's going to be short again.
It's going to be exactly the same.
6 again. That's 50.
50 for Burgess. That's come at quite a rate, hasn't it?
25 balls.
5 balls. Well, there you go.
5 balls, 5 sixes. 25 ball 50 for Burgess. And all of a sudden, the lead is up to 158. So
let's try again then. So, Ben Warren, you've just been here for 6 consecutive balls. What's coming out your box of tricks this time?
There's a change of field already. Now we've got 3 men now on the leg side, because I think it's unlikely that, as you can see on the camera, it's unlikely that he's going to be. Yeah, there's that fuller delivery.
It's more like it.
Yeah, as you can see, the field is sort of now spread out a little bit for Jack Brooks bowling at Burgess.
Doubled the number of runs conceded in with those 2 opening deliveries. Much fuller this time.
I think Jack Brooks has now probably realised that he's now into a little bit of one day bowling practice rather than 4-day bowling practice. Yeah, a lot of the fields. I mean, even if we look in the offside now, we've seen. See Tom Abel head up to third man rather than slip, and
down the leg side and tickled away.
Very, very straightforward.
Declaration bowling already?
Well, I mean, I would say this isn't terrific bowling from Jack Brooks. This last delivery, but well tickled away. And yeah, we are looking at, I say, the pace of the morning session has now said we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men out on the boundary. So no slips. So we may well be set up for a bit of a chase this afternoon. Jacob's just said hi Ben on the chat. It says lovely to welcome you, Jacob, up to the.
Oh, just you, not me then. Oh no! Well, you've got your favourites, haven't you? Eh?
It's lovely to welcome Jacob up. We showed you.
I was going to agree, but if he's not mentioned me, then it was dreadful. I hated every moment of it. I'm only joking, Jacob. We are going to see a change of bowling. Roloff van der Merwe, we're going to see some spin.
We are going to see some spin for the first time. It'll be interesting to see what sort of field Roloff van der Merwe has from the river end. You'd think that a leg side might need to be protected.
The batsman's having a quick count just to see where everybody is.
We've got long on, deep square leg.
Oh, that's all about to change.
Another. That's Ned Leonard heading over. So is he heading up to deep mid wicket? No, he's going to go conventional mid wicket. We are going to see. That's Ben Green there, isn't it? Short mid wicket.
He's got the short straw.
Van der Merwe 3 for 27 off 12 overs in the first innings. Bowled really nicely, actually.
One of those club of cricketers that bowls left-handed but bats right-handed. You see that a lot, don't you? I mean, even Marcus Trescothick does everything right-handed except bat.
Correct.
Imagine how good he'd been if he batted right-handed.
Absolutely.
We'd have had to name the ground after him instead of just the sand.
I'd say that's another example of that short boundary. Usually sweeps that hard and it pierces the gap. Not too far away from the fielder at deep square leg, but it races away and no chance. So I think we got confirmation yesterday evening, didn't we, that Jack Leach and Craig Overton are unlikely to be available for the first game.
Yeah, the ECB have announced the first raft of England players who will be available. Interestingly, the bottom of the message said further updates will be imminent. So I don't think we want to count them out maybe just yet, but you know, if that is the case, then you know some of the guys on display and on show have got a real opportunity to put their hand up and stake a claim for that starting place. Jason Kerr adamant that 11 is by no means selected yet. Still a lot of cricket to be played today. Another attempted sweep.
Slight appeal from Roloff van der Merwe, but
is there a better celebration in cricket? I mean, obviously you've got your Imran Tahir running around the place, but is there a better spinner celebration than Roloff van der Merwe?
Well, I think the great thing about Roloff van der Merwe is it is an iconic celebration, but it's the same celebration every single, you know, that he has made that his own. And I think the wicket of Liam Livingstone in the Vitality Blast last year was the most famous of the Roloff van der Merwe famous.
A nicer fella you couldn't hope to meet. You wouldn't want to necessarily misfield off him though, would you?
No, you wouldn't. He's, but yeah, I mean, he's been at Somerset now because he joined originally in 2011, didn't he, for a year, but now rejoined in 2016. So he spent seven. This will be his 8th season with Somerset, won't it? So
very much part of the furniture, and one of those with his county cap, of course.
Yeah, he's had a great career with Somerset.
Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. We're going to see Casey Aldridge replacing Jack Brooks, with the message being potentially don't bowl it short. He comes.
Full driven. Up to Josh Davey at mid-off. It was great to see Josh Davey open the bowling yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
Recovering from that groin surgery that he had in January. And if Craig Overton isn't to be available, then having Josh Davey fit and raring to go is useful.
Bit wide.
Sliced over point.
Four runs. I feel like I should have mentioned the Quantox by now. We've been here for 40 minutes.
Yeah,
and,
we're contractually obliged to
yeah.
mention the Quantox. They are looking rather nice this morning, actually.
Beautiful.
Sure, there's quite a lot of people up there on walks and cycle rides this morning.
Surprised that you're not doing the Taunton Marathon, Ben Warren, this morning?
No, not this year. Not this year.
Comes Casey Aldridge then to Burgess.
Better line.
That's where we're more used to seeing Tom Abel fielding in this sort of position, aren't we?
As we can see the Quantox on our screen.
There we are. Contractually obliged to show them as well. So we'll just talk about them.
Shout out to our... that's Hoik. There's not really anything else you can really describe that shot.
It's gone all the way for 6.
6 in the short boundary.
Returned by the group of people sat in the 3rd row of the Ondarchi stand.
See the replay on the screen. Yeah, it was
kitchen sink job.
Bit of bottom ad in that one there, but nonetheless moves on to 68.
Aldridge again to Burgess.
Yeah.
Full again.
Well played over cover. It's going to be 4 more, isn't it?
All the way.
Just makes its way to the longer side of the boundary. And Burgess now has raced onto 72. Is he going to be allowed to get to 3 figures by his captain? Or?
It's difficult. We were talking to Jason yesterday. The problem with pre-season is it's a catch-22 in that you want people to have time in the middle, but you want everyone to have time in the middle. So you have to reduce it a little bit.
Absolutely. Oh, that's in the slot. And
that's coming our way.
That's coming our way.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds like something that's going to need to be fixed.
Another broken seat.
Who's that down there that's got to climb into the lower tier of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion to try and retrieve that one?
It's a fantastic display of striking this from Burgess. I mean, that's
a glorious
really
shot,
pure shot. Having a little chat with Rilla van der Merwe there.
Rilla van der Merwe saying, would you mind not doing that?
So Burgess up to 72. 78 from 35 balls.
Not the start to the day that Casey Aldridge would have dreamt about yesterday evening.
No, but I'm not sure he's going to,
20 off it, I think.
Not sure he's going to lose too much sleep over it, but so
Well, van der Merwe obviously was saying, don't do that to me. And he comes from the river end.
There's a Q in there from Moosley, who's at the other end, 6 not out.
He'd just been sat back, just enjoying the show. over again. He's asking questions, isn't he? Obviously, the important question is, as part of the official commentary team today, does that involve luncheon being provided?
As the reverse sweep comes out. It's got an exaggerated reverse sweep. He got into position really early, but fails to make contact.
It wasn't textbook by any means, was it? Did well to stay on his feet in the end.
Definitely, there's absolutely a gap there if he wants to play against the whatever little spin there is available.
It's been chalk and cheese this morning, isn't it, between Mousley and Burgess?
Burgess' strike rate's currently 222.9.
Is that all?
7 sixes, 8 fours.
Making it look easy.
He's gearing himself up for the season. That's well swept.
Again. Oh, misfield. As you say, it's difficult to tell who's doing what with the bobble hats and jumpers on.
The bobble hats are, and the jumpers are.
They're not the commentator's friend.
No, so we very much sort of would like to think after combined. We've both worked at the club for the last combined sort of 17 or 18 years. So if we can't, I would like to think if we
got a rough idea of who's who.
If we couldn't tell who's who, then you'd like to think that it is a bobble hat jumper infused confusion.
We could essentially say it's anyone. Hopefully some of the people won't be watching it in high definition. We can just say it's anyone, and nobody would know, would they?
Not quite got to 4K outputs on our live stream yet, so we're probably safe.
Here's the Aldridge to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. It's quite a mouthful, isn't it?
It is. They didn't like the idea of just calling it the Tres end.
Got to give the great man his due. Got to say, give it the full title.
Full title, I agree.
As a seagull swoops past the window. That's the first time I've mentioned a bird in 2 days' worth of commentary.
So we've ticked off Quantox.
We've done Quantox. We've done,
We've not seen a train yet this morning.
No, we've not seen a train. We have seen an unnecessarily noisy motorbike going over the bridge, but in comes Aldridge.
Oh, that's a good line of length. Mosley's gone for the drive, but made no contact.
I'm not sure he can claim a leave on that one.
No, I'm not sure there'll be too many more leaves in the next hour and up until lunch.
Aldridge to Mousley. Full again. Picked up by Van der Merwe.
Who do you see as the strong contenders for Division 1 this year?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, there are some very good sides in there. Obviously, I'm not going to say Gloucestershire through just the principle of the thing. Surrey could potentially be there or thereabouts. Obviously, with the way they go about things, a lot of their England players are going to be available for the early part of the season, and they always do well with overseas signings. I think Yorkshire could be one to watch. I think it's going to be very much a siege mentality at Headingley this year, almost us against the world, potentially. And Darren Gough is obviously going to bring some kind of fighting spirit to the White Rose this year. But there are there's quite a lot of change in old guard, isn't there? Obviously Essex, Ryan Tender-Scarter retiring. And Ricky Clark as well, I think he's retired. But when you've got the likes of Harmer and Cook for a season, Essex will be strong again.
Yeah, we were just speaking about Harmer yesterday. He's out playing with South Africa at the moment, and we're just having a chat that the last test finishes on the 12th of April.
Okay.
So potentially that he might struggle to play in the game here at Taunton on the.
That would be a
on the
shame, wouldn't it?
14th.
It would be a shame if Simon Harmer was unavailable to play against us. That would be, as a fan of cricket, I would hate it if I couldn't see him.
First home game, Cooper Associates County Ground, 14th of April against Essex. It's over Easter weekend. Big crowds are expected. That's driven square.
Nice shot for 4.
Pass point. Slightly wide from Aldridge, but not too wide. And it's well driven on the up.
Strayed offline slightly, didn't he? And paid the price.
And drive on the up on this. There's not a lot of movement now. Ball 39 overs old.
On an 8-day-old pitch.
On an 8-day-old pitch. It's it's probably not one where you're going to get queuing up to bowl fast on, but a pretty good effort from the Somerset attack so far on the whole.
I think Somerset's chances are obviously the season starting with parity, which is always helpful when you're trying to mount a championship challenge.
Just spotted a train.
Oh,
Tick
the train off.
Yeah, I think for me there are 3 or 4 sort of key players that.
Ooh.
That's what I'm bowling. Is there a little bit of turn there for Van der Merwe?
A little bit. Tom Abel was convinced that
Burgess has
he had the wicket.
driven it, or attempted to drive it on the up, and looks like it's spun past the outside edge. Maybe there is just a little bit of spin there for Van der Merwe. We can't really see too much because our view is impacted by the keeper. But
Could we ask Steve Davis to move slightly so we can see what's going on?
yeah, I think for me that I'm going to call out Lewis Gregory as being a real key player for Somerset this year. I think if he can have a really good summer in red ball cricket with the ball, I think that goes a long way to giving Somerset every chance of being successful. Whether they can, there's going to be I think there's going to be a bunch of teams up there. Lancashire looks strong. Hampshire looks strong. I think Essex will still be very competitive. You mentioned Yorkshire. It will be very interesting to see how they go this year. Whether if Gary Ballant stays, and if not, where does he go, if anywhere? And so, yeah, I think for me, Lewis Gregory is kind of my sort of one to watch really. If Somerset are going to be successful, I think he needs to have a good season with the ball.
And relinquishing the Vitality Blast captaincy might free him up a little bit. To concentrate on that a bit more. Another key element, of course, is going to be the second spinner. We know that Jack Leach will probably be elsewhere with regards to a large chunk of the summer with international duties, and quite rightly so, because he is, without doubt, the best spinner in the country. And Craig Overton's availability is going to be absolutely key, isn't it? I mean, obviously you want your players to be representing their country because that's the pinnacle, but you want them to be out there on the field representing their country, not carrying the jumpers and the water and the hand sanitizer, don't you?
Yeah, I hope. I mean, I'm where I think we're under the assumption that the rules that have been in place for as that ball keeps low, that's just another indication of a ball sort of scuttling through this late stage of pre-season, but.
Aldridge again from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Slogged away for one run at Stephen wicket.
That was a beautiful sound for just one run, wasn't it? It was right out of the middle. Can't beat the sound of leather on willow as the sun comes out.
Burgess up to 80 now from just 44 deliveries. Strike rate 181, so very much in sort of a T20 zone. Mosley at the other end, 11th and 38 deliveries.
He's just been watching and enjoying what we've witnessed this morning, isn't he?
The lead is 199. There are 75 overs remaining in the day, so we're probably going to start to enter a phase soonish where things will start to come a little bit more clearer about the ambitions of these two sides this afternoon, and whether we will see some competitive-ish cricket later on to see if both teams can try and get a win on the board before the season starts properly on Thursday.
Aldridge in to Mousley.
Ball
Down to the boundary in front of the river stand.
marching to Langer down there, I think. There's a rocket arm.
Rockets.
And as the lead goes up to 200. So you can see the field has spread far and wide now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 men on the boundary.
Not too bothered about the single, apparently.
So there we go, pre-season, we've got 9 men on the boundary. That's
As a batsman, you've got an inkling of what might be around the corner when you see that. 41 overs gone then. Warwickshire 209 for 4. The lead 200. Burgess on 80, which has come at an astonishing rate this morning, and Mousley on 12. Royal van der Merwe will continue from the river end. Knocking on the window, Polly giving us a nugget of knowledge.
Well, I've been told that the scoreboard's not working, but it looks right to me.
I'd like to see a few more digits in the wickets column, but I'm not sure we can wish for that. Just going to go with what's on the screen in front of me. The viewers at home won't know any different.
Tracker Jonas over, but I've got the same. I've got 209 for 4 on the main screen and the scorer's computer in front of me.
Here comes Royal van der Merwe from the river end.
And I think that was a leg break. I'm pretty sure that was a leg break from Royal van der Merwe. He does on occasion try have a bit of a go with his leg spin. That's certainly a change of action there. I think we're just going to see the replay now. Yeah, have a look at this one. Yeah, that's definitely a leg break, and it's beat. And it has just spun a little bit. So. Is he bowling? Yeah, this is genuinely just some leg spin now from van der Merwe. Seen him do this on a couple of occasions when either hunting for wickets or when pre-season is in a little bit of
when lunch is imminent.
It's well bowled, that first delivery. Back to off spin to Burgess. It's cut away. Only for 1.
Tom Abel as vocal as ever in the outfield.
Another train comes past in 2 now.
What else have we got to tick off? We've mentioned the flats, we've mentioned the Quantox, we've mentioned the train, we've mentioned our avian friends.
More leg spin. That's ill-directed from Van der Merwe. It's helped on its way. Muesli on the sweep. Picks up its third boundary. Moves on to 17. Warwickshire 215 for 4. Partnership's 98 off 90 deliveries. This one might be the
from Van der Merwe.
Might get back for 2 here, so that will be the 100 partnership between these two.
And that early wicket from Jack Brooks seems like quite a long time ago.
It does, yeah. Sort of a...
But it's, as we said earlier, it's a pattern we've seen in pre-season. We've seen an early wicket and then a large batting partnership straight after.
Yeah, sort of kind of an odd moment that you know. Full toss.
I think he would say that he gave it some air, though.
I'm not sure his leg spin's quite as good as his off spin, but it's good to have the option. Is that going to be... No, not going to take drinks.
We heard it on the PA there, confirming what Ben Warren has already told us, that is the 100 partnership between the batsmen this morning. 42 overs gone, Warwickshire 218 for 4. Casey Aldridge will continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
This morning so far, so we've had an hour's play. Warwickshire scored 101 for 1 in that hour. So clear intentions from the Warwickshire players.
With the lead now 209. In comes Aldridge. No run. We're being inundated by fan mail and criticism on the Twitter.
It's been pretty quiet so far.
Because they've heard us and turned it off.
Yeah, probably. Or put us on mute.
I think that's probably the better option.
Yeah, we've got 304 people currently watching, so
sorry about that.
Good afternoon.
Apologies to the 300
to everyone at home watching.
Have I got my name check from our friend yet? Who horribly left me out of the name check earlier?
It's all looking good on the... What's quite interesting is we can see on the analytics of the stream the average view duration during pre-season. It's pretty amazing that the average session that someone was logged in for was 15 minutes, which for a YouTube video is incredible. So
I think that might be slightly lower this morning. Casey Aldridge was another one that kept low. Masley wanted to give that the full treatment. Trickled through to Steve Davis behind the stumps. Aldridge in again from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
It's good length.
Teased away for 1.
The, 9 players on the boundary again, all come in.
See the umpires in white hats. Slightly disappointed, we only saw 1 hat blowing away on the Friday with the strong winds. Hoping to see more of that. Fortunately, it was just the 1 hat that got away from them.
Absolutely.
Aldridge in.
Short ball.
Flicked off his hip. And they will take the single again.
Aldridge in. It's a full toss. And it's slammed down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. It's going to split long off and long on perfectly. So another boundary for Burgess. Moves on to 86. From just 49 deliveries. Slammed down the ground. It's a low full toss. And he is going to be retiring out.
And good riddance, frankly.
Batted very well.
Returning out for 82. 86.
86. Yeah.
That was a special knot this morning,
Really
wasn't it?
well played,
He wasn't
yeah.
hanging around.
Yeah, really well played. That strike rate 175.5. It's only out there for 62 minutes. 9 fours and 7 sixes.
It was entertaining, but nowhere near as entertaining as One Night of Neil will be.
No.
At the Cooper Associates County Ground on the 28th of July. Tickets now available via the website.
It's going to be a lovely evening, I'm sure.
Well, the Thundermover will continue. It's obviously chilly out there. He's decided to leave his sleeveless sweater on as he comes in to bowl from the river end.
More leg spin. That's short and hammered away. Well fielded out there on the boundary. By unidentified bobble hat jumper fielder number 2. Looks like, is that George Bartlett out there? Chris Benjamin, Newman.
He's going to come around the wicket this time.
One of the standout breakthrough players of the 2021 season. Off the mark with a
Roll off like that one.
quick single to the onside.
We should have done an April Fool's with the river stand, potentially done a safe standing story.
Yeah, I mean it does look a little bit like a safe standing area now, doesn't it? But we can assure the members and supporters sitting at home that there are plans to put some seats in it before the 14th.
We probably should.
Would make sense. And I believe the seats are going to be of slightly higher quality than they originally were, slightly more comfortable.
Well, I was always a big fan of the seats in the river stand or Marcus Trescothick stand, as was, because they had armrests and they had a squidgy bit for your bottom and a squidgy bit for your back. So I was always quite partial to those.
Yeah.
And there is one of those in Block 5 of the Somerset stand, because we clearly ran out of green seats and had one of those. So there is one seat in Block 5 that has padded seating. Sat in the stand over there once when we played Gloucestershire, and my bus was late. I was coming all the way from Chard and managed to miss Marcus Trescothick's magnificent knock of about 100 off about 12 balls. We arrived just in time to see the players leave the field and then sat in the stand for the best part of 40 minutes in the pouring rain, huddled under a tiny tartan umbrella, and witnessed no cricket whatsoever. Missed one of the greatest knocks of the great man's career, arrived just as the players were leaving the field, and that was my day at the cricket.
That's your day at the cricket. Yeah, well, you've got some great stories from when you've been working here, haven't you? In terms of
there have been some good times. I would have to say. I started off scraping pigeon excrement off the seats in the Botham stand, and now look at me.
see the dugouts. Paul Tweddle, I think that is. Be interesting to see if we can spot Tom Banton at any stage today. He's not on the field as far as I can see, but he did suffer a slight hand injury yesterday.
I did see him shaking his hand like he'd hurt it. but he's definitely here. I have seen him, but I haven't seen him on the field. But we do have a change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Casey Aldridge given a rest, and Marchant de Lange coming in to bowl.
To the attack.
Some rockets.
Some rockets. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we can see if Tom Banton bats today. That'd be a big good indication, because he's played well in pre-season so far and put himself well in contention, I would believe, for the first game. But he just...
I think Jason is keen to chop and change the batting order a little bit, having spoken to him yesterday. As you said, giving everybody some time in the middle, but there's simply not time in the day to give everybody time in the middle, so maybe we shouldn't read too much into it if Tom Banton doesn't come out, because he's had a couple of good knocks, hasn't he? I think Tom Lammonby's probably the one who would want to stake a claim and get some runs on the board.
Yeah, we saw this time last year, didn't we? Tom Lammonby got 100 against Glamorgan in the final warm-up game. So, yeah, maybe I think it was on exactly on this day last year that he got that 100 against Glamorgan. So maybe...
Didn't we see a very famous ball that day as well, didn't we?
We did, yeah. I won't name the name of the poor Glamorgan bowler that bowled it off the strip, but many will remember it on social media.
So one player I was particularly impressed with, Lewis Goldsworthy again yesterday, developing into, almost the sort of batsman that Somerset have been crying out for a couple of years, a gritty, determined middle order batsman who's going to stay around and accumulate runs, over a length of time.
It's very ginger run up from de Lange so far.
It's not steaming in,
not
is he?
Exactly steaming in, but maybe just warming those hands and shoulders up.
Still wouldn't want to be facing him, even if he's trundling in, I have to say.
No, he's probably still quicker than most on the circuit.
He comes and bowls again.
It's a good lead.
Certainly a better leave than we saw earlier on to Jack Brooks.
Absolutely. Here the wind's just picked up a little bit again.
Absolutely. Starting to get breezy out there.
Yeah, it's going very breezy. As you see some of the fans in the stand. Great effort from all the fans that have turned up for this game. It's
hardy souls.
Very, very well played to the people that have turned up to this pre-season game. I say, if people are at home, it is slightly warmer today, and if we do get a game set up this afternoon, there's certainly going to be maybe some interest in this, and entry is free. So if you were in the local area and wanted to pop down for an hour, potentially a nice little run chase on the cards.
And sitting in the stands watching it live, probably better than listening to us talking about it, I would have thought.
Yeah, you could listen to Bat on Ball and not us.
Relevant them over, continuing from the river end.
Just played up to long on there.
They took the single. They took their time deciding to take it, as I had the words "no run" literally on my tongue, waiting to come out.
So we've got about 45 minutes to go until lunch. That may well be the agreed time of a declaration. We shall see. There's another leg break. Random Over seems to be dealing exclusively in leg breaks to Moosley.
You've got to say the intensity of proceedings has dwindled since Burgess's departure, hasn't it?
Yes.
And the Merva in again to Benjamin.
That's picked up.
Is dispatched towards the car park.
I think that's Moosley.
And that has gone all the way.
Uses his feet nicely there. Does Moosley. And that is indeed being...
Going to find it in
the car park.
Underneath the cars.
It's gone a long way into that car park. I think there's someone actually going over to the gate that may have actually found its way out the ground nearly.
Quite glad I parked in the other car park today.
It's always a classic sign of pre-season.
When you've got first 11 players on their hands and knees in their whites looking underneath cars.
Going to end up finding
There we go, look. And there's a cameo from Simon Fudge, the chef.
It's always...
there he is. Puts far too much onion in the food, in my opinion. I mean, who puts onion in potatoes? That man does.
Food is very good here at the Cooper Estates Campground, though, of course.
Absolutely. Simon Fudge, who deals with the players.
Does.
He will be serving them their lunch.
So you can see even more of the first
minutes.
team attending to find the ball.
I think we've got 4 of the Somerset first 11 now on their hands and knees in the car park looking for the ball.
I think we found it.
Got it?
I think we've got it.
It was Aldridge and Bartlett. They'll take the credit for that. As soon as their presence arrived, the ball was found.
So a slight delay in play here. Not sure the umpire's going to be adding these minutes on to the over 8 counter. Not sure Tom Abel's going to be in too much bother if we're slightly behind the over 8 with the match referee.
Again, you can hear Tom Abel over everything else, constantly encouraging his teammates.
More leg spin.
Now we've got conflict of opinion again on the actual scoreboard compared to ours as to who is facing.
I think ours is just tracking a little bit slow. So we may need to have a look at that this afternoon.
A lot of air there for Van der Merwe, but no run.
I think our data's coming through a little bit sluggish than what it normally does.
Is that another job for Smudge?
No, this is more of a job for Ben Warren. But
I've heard he's very good, though.
He's not. This is the first game. For those eagle-eyed people that know that we've had to have a fixed camera on the scoreboard for the first 2 friendlies because our data is supplied by a company called Opta, who are 2 doors down from us in the press box, and they normally come and cover 1 pre-season game a year just to get their eyes in ahead of the new season. So yeah, when Opta are here, we are able to put all the data on the lock-up there, as you can see on the screen, and the scoreboards that you see pop up and bits and pieces. So it enables us to be a little bit more close to what a proper production might look like.
Marshall DeLange again in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Warwickshire 235 for 5, a lead of 226. We are into the 47th over.
So a common theme of this match so far has been the double mid-wicket combo, and we can see it again here with Van der Merwe and Abel. It's that sort of pitch where slips and catching behind the bat isn't too relevant. But as you can see, those mid-wickets there back in action, and yeah, on slow pitches, they're in there both for a run saving and a potential wicket taking opportunity.
So we mentioned the ball going into the car park quite often. Obviously worth mentioning that producer Dan now parks his car this side. We've noticed since the T20 or Vitality Blast game last year when we had to track the ball bouncing off his bonnet.
Yep. Darren Stevens bowled one to Tom Abel last year, and Tom's played a lovely little sort of sweep into the over deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Sorry, and it has hit our director Dan's car, which he was directing the camera operators to said car.
Oh, look, it's hit that car. Oh, no, it's my car.
That's my car. But Tom Abel, being the absolute legend that he is, offered to pay for any damages that had been...
I thought you were going to say it offered to sign the bonnet.
Sign the car.
Tom was here. Something like that. The Langer in then from the Trescothick Pavilion then decides that he's not going to do that. He's going to turn back and start his run up again. Obviously not quite happy with where his footfall was. And in he comes. And once again, no run.
This is a very friendly looking spell from De Langer. I think Somerset are now in the realm of just getting through the next 40 minutes to lunch. And I think they've sort of decided that they've kind of got everything out of what they need to in terms of fielding and bowling so far. So very sort of ginger run up from De Langer.
Yeah, just operating on 3 cylinders so far.
Under the other over. So
the lead 227.
227. So there's 69 overs remaining in the day's play, minus the change of innings, the 2 overs that we'll lose. So if Warwickshire were to declare at lunch, they might be getting themselves another sort of 50, 60 runs. So yeah, we could be set for a nice little afternoon here at the Cooper Associates County Ground with a bit of semi-competitive cricket maybe.
Saw a shot there of the Somerset dressing room. Peter Siddle.
Oh, a little bit of turn there again for Van der Merwe. He has. I think if this was a competitive game, I think that spin would be the way that both of these sides would be looking to operate.
Over again. Bit of miscommunication there between Mousley and Benjamin as to whether or not there was a run there. I don't think there was one there. They seem to take the non-run option, which was probably wise.
Down the pitch. Benjamin just...
Yes, there seems to be something in it for Roloff van der Merwe today, doesn't
yeah,
it?
He wasn't totally in control of that, was Benjamin. Van der Merwe still with the sweater on. But he's got through some good work in this game, and I think if he was selected for the Ageas Bowl, would be expected to certainly chip in with a few overs, even at this early stage of the summer. Not going to be, I doubt there's going to be too much in the pitch for him down in Southampton, but still shown that he can play a part. And of course his batting actually was one of the standouts from last summer in red ball cricket. He scored, and I actually think he scored runs against Hampshire, did he
I
not?
think so.
I'm pretty sure he got a good sort of half century at least.
He's such a dynamic cricketer as well, isn't he? It's not just his batting and his bowling. His work in the field is absolutely exceptional, isn't it? And he brings that level of drive and determination and dynamism in the field, which you expect in Vitality Blast cricket. But he brings that to red ball cricket as well, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, remember in that game now, it was Somerset Hampton. It was the first game that members and supporters were allowed back in for. Lewis Gregory got 100, and Roloff supported him brilliantly well in that sense. We can see again more of our hardy supporters. Thanks so much for everyone who's joined us here over the pre-season games. It's been amazing to be able to welcome people back in for pre-season games. I've not had a chance to do that for a couple of years, so great that we can open the gates, people come in, watch a bit of cricket. We have seen some really good crowds, particularly the first 2 games we had. I think it was at least 250 people here every day, haven't we?
Yeah. Slightly less breezy then. That was I think a maiden over from Roloff van der Merwe. Marchant de Lange, continuing from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Well stopped in there, mid-wicket.
Very well fielded.
Lewis Goldsworthy there. You can identify that one.
Josh Davey, a bit of a stretch, bit of a warm-up. Trying to maybe catch Tom Abel's eye at this stage. In comes de Lange.
Short.
Bit of chat going on out there, being picked up by the effects microphone. This might be a bit of canny bowling from de Lange, realising that there's not a lot in the pitch. There's no point steaming in. He's one of those players whose sort of off-field persona belies their on-field one, isn't he? And he comes again.
Short and wide and chopped down to backward point. Exclusively reveal as well that we're going to have a chat with Lachlan Stevens at lunchtime, aren't we?
We are.
So we're going to.
So that's going to delay our lunch slightly, which is slightly disappointing because I wasn't quite ready for commentary duty and therefore I haven't actually had any breakfast yet. So my breakfast is going to have to wait until after lunch.
Shooty cool, Spencer.
Well, absolutely. It's poor planning on my part.
So yeah, on the live stream, we'll be playing our first interview with Peter Siddle. So do stick around if you're watching, having your lunch, Sunday lunch. Leave the live stream on during lunch. You'll see that the interview with Peter Siddle. And we're going to head down at lunch and speak to Lachlan Stevens, our new batting coach. We'll get that interview out over the next few days.
End of the over. Warwickshire 236 for 5 after 49 overs. That is a lead of 227. Are we going to stay with spin at the River End? Josh Davey was certainly trying to catch Tom Abel's eye, wasn't he? With his stretches and his returns to Marchant de Lange.
I think we are going to see spin. I think it's going to be a change.
Lewis Goldsworthy. I think if Somerset are successful this season, I think that young man has got quite a big role to play, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, he didn't bowl too much in the red ball last year, but in the championship games he did play. So it will be interesting to see if he can contribute brilliantly throughout the T20 campaign and the 50-over campaign with the ball and the bat. But it'd be interesting to see whether he can make an impact with the red ball.
Here he comes. To Benjamin.
I think what you mentioned earlier with his batting is, I think there's a lot of evidence there to suggest that he's going to be a mainstay of that middle order for Somerset for plenty of years to come. But he does need to kick on. And say he made several good starts last year. His debut, in particular against Middlesex, was really impressive. But he's still yet to score a first-class half-century. So these will be things that he'll be wanting to tick off pretty quickly.
And we can get quite insight into his season because we are every month catching up with him for the website. So we'll be speaking to him regularly throughout the year to get his insights into what is happening on and off the field here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It does make me feel old though when I speak to him, I have to say.
Very good footballer is Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yes.
Very good footballer. They call him Messi.
And that's not just due to his stature, is it? Quick single taken.
Yeah, plays for Penzance Football Club, is it? Penzance? Maybe.
Could be.
Could be. He does play down in Cornwall, bit of football. So pretty good standard, I hear.
Rattled through that over.
Yep, good start from Lewis Golding. Nice and accurate, nice and tidy. 50 overs now on the clock for the Somerset attack in this innings.
Just one run off that over from Goldsworthy. The lead is now 2-2-8. Half an hour to go to lunch and what we potentially believe would be a declaration. We mentioned as well that Josh Davey was trying to catch Tom Abel's eye with his stretches and his funny walk, and it looks as though he's got his wish, because Scotland's very own Josh Davey has the ball in his hand at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Looks like he's going to have half an hour here before lunch. There's a nice another span. He's coming in from the Trescothick Pavilion end. He was bowling from the River end last night.
Josh Davey, obviously, the interview, his life in cricket interview, I think, went out again yesterday. Fascinating story. You know, to Somerset via Aberdeen, the United States of America, and Middlesex. Yeah,
it was a really great interview. If you haven't checked it out, head to the Somerset YouTube channel, and we'll play it out on lunch breaks of the couple of lunch breaks of the live stream over the course of the summer. But a great sit-down chat with Josh about his career. So if you want to learn much more about Josh Davey and his journey through to Somerset's first 11, do check that out on our YouTube channel, because like I said, it's been a completely unique.
It's been a roller coaster for him, hasn't it? Joining on a 6-month temporary contract as a batsman for the T20 and ending up as probably, you know, one of Somerset's key components across all formats, and becoming Somerset captain last year in the Royal London Cup for a couple of games. And he comes and bowls. Appeal for LBW, and he's
given.
Well, there you go. Should have brought him on earlier then, shouldn't we?
I think that would sort of describe pre-season.
In he comes.
Cricket.
There we go. Here's the replay.
Yeah, very much a loose there. It's not got up at all, and pinned him right in front, going for the cross-batted pull. So
Josh Davey strikes.
Yeah, nice.
The second ball of his first over of the day.
It's that day 8 wicket coming back into to play. That ball not getting up at all, really. And
I'm sure Josh Davies' interpretation of that would be slightly different.
Possibly, but
much like the only delivery I've ever bowled in the indoor centre of excellence here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, I would describe it as a good length Yorker as opposed to a horrible looping full bunger. But I have a 100% success rate. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, nice to see Josh pick up that wicket. And Warwickshire now 6 down for 237.
Often spoken about as the most underrated first-class cricketer on the circuit, a description that he is not fond of.
No. As we see Jake Lintott come out to bat at number 8. Be familiar for playing on this ground. Formerly played a lot of second team games for Somerset back in the day.
Josh Davey then to Jake Lintott. Strikes him on the pad, no appeal. Wide given. No ball given, rather.
No ball.
And that was a scrappy bit of cricket all round.
Warwickshire have scored 123 runs in this session so far for loss of 3 wickets.
Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Mousley.
But Mousley's been the ever-present, hasn't he? So he's 76 balls now for his 28. Been out there.
Attritional.
94 minutes. 3 fours and 1 6.
So the sort of two halves of this morning's session so far have been chalk and cheese, haven't they? I mean, absolute fireworks in the first session from Burgess. In comes Davey again. To the left-hander.
Clipped away nicely.
Through the gap. That's going to go
well
for
timed
4.
It's timed that really nicely, and it runs away all to the boundary and along the boundary. I think the fact that Somerset have used 9 bowlers sort of suggests the kind of makeup of this innings from their side of things. I think
you'll get the call in a moment.
Everyone's had the call to have a bit of a bowl. I think
George Bartlett will be next.
I think George Bartlett might not be next.
Doesn't want any more points.
But yeah, I mean the fact that Lewis Gregory's bowled 5. I think that suggests that he feels in pretty good shape.
One more ball to go in this over from Josh Davey. Reaches the end of his run-up. And in he comes to the left-handed Mousley.
Again down the leg side.
No run. Warwickshire 244 for 6. The lead now 235.
See Lewis Goldsworthy continuing from the river end. Got a change in the commentary box as Spencer Bishop, Somerset media manager, goes to prepare to speak to Lachlan, our new batting coach, and joined by Tony Pomeroy again. How you doing, Tony?
Morning, Ben. Fine, thank you. Sorry I'm late. I had to attend an AGM on Zoom.
That's quite all right. Happy to see you again.
Missed a few runs by the look of it.
It's been an interesting morning session. It's been a standout. It's been 86 from 49 balls from Michael Burgess.
It's a good clout then. Well, it seems you're looking for a Warwickshire declaration sometime after lunch, if not at lunch.
Yeah, so the lead's up to 238 now, and there are 64 overs remaining, so probably get not far away from a competitive point for an afternoon session.
Yeah, we could have an interesting final 2 sessions.
Yeah, I think that's logged. It's going to be 6, just, yeah. It was just, I say, very close to that boundary, but the umpire has given 6, yeah. Gets to it on the full as Mousley, and that's the 250 up for Warwickshire. The 52nd over. Yeah, Mousley just starting to up the tempo from his bat.
Yes.
Well fielded from Tom Abel at cover.
No bobble hats in evidence today.
There's certainly less than there was. I think there's one out at deep square leg still.
I can't see deep square leg from my
got
seat.
One remaining bobble. But I think on day one, I think there were about 7, weren't there?
Yes.
So I think that's a clear indication of a slightly nicer day. Oh, that's bounced. That's bounced.
Yeah, so just coming in, the temperature was 9.5 in the car.
Yeah. Be interesting to see that one again on the replay, because that appears to have hit a foot mark and. Really
But let's be fair, it's an 8-day pitch. You'd expect it to do something.
Yeah, it's really the day eight Taunton pitch has has produced mainly balls just sort of keeping low really, and sort of almost a dying pitch, but that has hit something and bounced, but well negotiated from Moosley.
Yes.
So we've got 20 minutes to go until lunch. Josh Davey returning from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Tucked away to square leg for a single. Takes Mosley up to 40.
Another lovely day here. We've been very, very lucky pre-season to have
Beautiful.
Not had any interruptions
Yep.
over the eight days.
Everywhere bathed in sunlight.
Yeah, not any issues with light. We've not turned the floodlights on yet, and not even a 10-15 minute break for rain. So no doubt that means that we're due some
next week.
But Somerset certainly can't complain with the number of overs they've got in their legs, the number of runs that they've had to give the batters. So all looks pretty set up for Thursday, really.
Yes, it'll be a good test at Hampshire.
It's going to be a huge test. It's going to be really, and I think it's a really big game early in the season.
Yeah.
I think that particularly off the back of the disappointing end to the 4-day season last year, I think to get back in and get off to a good start is crucial.
Yes, win your first game.
It's not going to be easy down there with their, they've got an excellent squad, and
yes,
but so have Somerset. So
Somerset have got, there's some difficult selection. Off air yesterday, we were chatting the back of the box here. But what team do we think Somerset will pick?
And it's still very difficult to predict. And
yeah,
there's
we all have different teams.
There's still a lot of things that will still fall into play over the course of this afternoon. But also, we're still not 100% certain. We think that Craig and Jack are going to be unavailable, but we're not 100% certain on that.
Peter Siddle available.
Peter Siddle is definitely due to play, as we've seen a no ball, but hasn't had a chance to get going in pre-season yet. But sure, he'll be ready to go.
Yes, he's been playing all through, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's
a very good cricketer,
very experienced cricketer. I think he I think if he wanted to get back into the swing of things, he'd have had a bowl out here today. But I think with his experience, I
think he'll bring a lot to the side.
I think you're quite right. So few selection headaches for the coach.
Yes, good selection headaches though.
Absolutely.
It's a legal ball from Davey. Moved his marker back a couple of feet.
Yeah, just a couple of no balls from Davey in the last this spell.
Somerset are basically going through the motions, aren't they? Waiting for the declaration.
It does appear that way now. Yeah, I think there's only so much you can give them on this pitch, and look at the fact they've used 9 bowlers, and I think they've all had a spell or two now, and I think they're pretty comfortable with where they're at, fitness wise.
Yes.
So
it's a great state to be in.
Yeah, and I think having 3 pre-season games and plus the games they played in Abu Dhabi, it certainly it does give you that insurance if a couple are washed out through rain, that you still feel prepared as it's inside edged from the top. That sort of lack of pace there is sort of.
I was watching a few of those from the ladies playing in Australia this morning. Inside edge, past leg stump.
Gordon Avery declaration at lunch. Yeah, I think that does look
the likely
scenario, but we sure.
But I still can't get my head around playing cricket in March.
That's been beautiful.
I came down to watch part of the Glamorgan game. It was very surreal.
Yeah, but had good crowds in and nice weather and got good days of cricket. Saw Tom Banton score 100 on day 1, which is good.
Always nice to see.
Lewis Goldsworthy's going to start his 3rd over.
That's 4 runs.
He's going to get that fine of 45.
Yeah, it's beaten the chase. It probably asked for it. It was outside leg stick, free hit, basically. Somerset field 4 on the leg side, 3 on the 5 on the off. Backward square has just dropped back a bit further. Two boundary riders, one square on the offside and one just in front of square on leg.
Got just over 10 minutes now until lunch. So that's a great stop by Josh Davey there. Backward point. So lead 255.
Yes, that'll even 255 will be a good chase in 60 overs.
Yeah, but that gets up to about sort of 270.
Yeah.
That'll be
4.5 and over.
Still that's in the air, and that's going to be out.
That's gone up a long way.
Mostly on the slog sweep. Just gets the top edge there. Pulls into that sort of into those footholds out there. As you can see, a little bit of rough.
This is Warwickshire 265 for 7.
Just spoon.
Mosley goes for 41.
Good knock for 41. Out there for 84 balls. So he'll be happy with that as preparation for Warwickshire's first game.
The umpires having a little chat together with Jake Lintott.
So Ollie Hannon Dolby comes out to bat. Famously denied Somerset a few years ago at Ollie Hannon Dolby with the bat, batting at number 11. Somerset fans will know exactly what game I'm referring to. I believe it was on the television, and batted for a long time and might have got a few decisions go his way. And
don't you hate number 11s who do that? Unless he's on your side.
He's pretty sure he batted for felt like a session or something to help Warwickshire avoid defeat that day. But every time he was walked out to bat since that story comes out at Taunton.
Yes. Well, I suspect you'll have 10 minutes today.
As he leaves.
A confident leave. Goldsworthy's figures now 3 overs, 1 for 15.
So for Warwickshire, I've not seen Sam Hain this innings. Obviously had a good knock in the first dig. So happy to take this one out. So again, just for those who are just joining us, we've got interview with Peter Siddle coming up at lunch on the live stream. So if you're about to tuck into your Sunday roast or
Rolf van der Merwe coming on at the Discothic end, replacing Josh Davey.
Switching ends is van der Merwe. So yeah, coming up on the live stream, first interview with Peter Siddle. So do stick around for that. It's nicely clipped from Lintop. Chase on for deep back square leg, but he gets around. Comes back for 2. This was fine this week. Gets more of this, and it's going to go run away for 4 from Lintop. Nicely dab sweep. Doesn't seem too bothered with hands in his pockets.
Umpire Graham Lloyd with a sweater around his neck again. The old-fashioned way of holding sweaters. Keeps him a little bit warmer than tuck it into the loop at the back of the jacket.
Yeah, good tactic that.
There may not be any spectators and looking from the flats at the moment. I can see one Somerset Wyvern flag over there.
Yes, that Wyvern flag is a fairly permanent decoration on that flat, which is great to see. Yeah, it'll be sure come April the 14th when we welcome Essex to the Cooper Associates County Crown. We'll see plenty of people out there both on the balconies and the common room. It's great when we had to play cricket behind closed doors over the pandemic that there were lots and lots of people still in the flats watching.
People in the flats had lots of friends.
Lots of friends, and they created quite a nice atmosphere actually.
Yeah.
They could be certainly heard across the ground with the sort of lack of atmosphere with the rest of the bowl. So yeah, it was great to see. That was still a little bit of an advantage we had to have some people in the flats cheering us on. And back to the leg spin for the last ball of the over.
Yeah. 273 for 7. The lead of 264.
Get 2 more overs in before lunch, I would have thought.
Yeah. If it's still the spinners bowling. And a declaration at lunch would leave Somerset with 59 overs, if we do get 2 in. So we have 61 left at the moment. It's nicely stroked through the covers.
It's going to be 4 runs.
Yep. Because Warwickshire have scored these runs in 55 overs, so they won't be too eager to give Somerset
No, I think
too
we were
much of a
discussing
chance.
earlier. I think if there is a declaration, on this pitch, it's going to be quite difficult for anyone to take genuine wickets.
Missed Hoik to square leg.
The new ball's going to be good for probably about 5 or 6 overs if we see anything like the third innings of the match. But after then, it's going to be probably spin. That's going to be, I don't know if Danny Briggs because Danny Briggs didn't bowl in the first innings, whether he's planning to have a bowl this afternoon. That might make things a bit difficult for Somerset, but
Yes, a class spinner. Playing a miss.
Past the bat.
But also missed the stumps.
So I think this is looking more and more likely that a lunchtime declaration would be about right. Oh, and he's bowled him.
Oh, as a batsman, you feel a fool when you do that. Shoulder arms and the stump goes cartwheeling out.
Leave. It didn't look from our angle like it turned that much.
No.
It was.
You'll watch it on replay.
The replay now. Yeah, it's turned a little bit actually. To be fair, a bowl from Lewis Goldsworthy. I'll give him a nice bit of confidence. Two wickets.
Going
now.
for lunch?
Looks
Are
like
they
it's gonna be
declared?
Lunch. I think that will be lunch.
Warwickshire 277 for 8. I suspect they've declared because it's still 6 minutes to go before 1 o'clock.
Make it 12:56, but
Yeah.
declared. Yeah, we just had
there's-
confirmation that it is actually a
yeah.
declaration rather. Yeah, so that would obviously
So
mean
what
lunch. So
Somerset are chasing 269 to win
yeah, so it is all set up here
in 60 overs.
at Cooper Associates County Ground for some semi-competitive, hopefully cricket. So yeah, free entry if people are in the local area and want to come and watch. But if not, we will see you after lunch. And like I said, we're going to show the Peter Siddle interview. It's going to be coming up very shortly.
Good.
So, Peter Siddle, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground and Somerset County Cricket Club. What are your first impressions?
Well, the first one, it's a bit cold at the moment, so that's probably the first thing. But I've played a few games here over the years and always enjoyed my time. So yeah, looking forward to it. It's been nice to get around the lads earlier than later, and looking forward to the first game.
Obviously, I'm slightly nervous because we've got Jack Brooks just off camera. We've got some characters, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And it's been nice to meet the boys. And like I said, I've played the boys a few times over the last few years, so I know them a little bit. But it's been nice, throughout this practice game to get to know them a bit more and see how they go.
You mentioned you've played here at the ground. Good memories of playing here against Somerset?
No, not really. I think Somerset in the past have played well, so it's I think I've played all formats here once or twice. So it's I enjoyed playing on the field. The results weren't great, but looking forward to winning a few games now for Somerset.
And what made you choose Somerset?
I think just the opportunity. I haven't got long left in my career, and I want to try and play as much cricket as I can with what I've got left. So the opportunity to play a lot more cricket here, and I'm looking forward to that. It's a great bunch of boys, and it's obviously been successful in all formats over for a long time now. So I think that was the exciting thing, that being able to challenge in all formats is what you want as a player. You want to win trophies, and I think this is a club that'll be able to do that.
You've got a huge amount of experience in the English game. Are English conditions something that suits your performances and the way you play the game?
Yeah, I've always thought the English conditions probably suit me more than Australia. So it is a place I've always loved coming to play. I've always enjoyed my time out here, and I do love the conditions. Hopefully, this summer I can bring it down here to Taunton and hopefully have some success.
Legend has it that you were a professional woodcutter in your youth. Is that true? Or what made you move from that into cricket?
Yeah, I know. It was just a little hobby when I was a young kid. I think it was something my dad and my uncles and grandparents did it in the local shows and different festival things like that. But I did it when I was like 9 or 10. I like my big toes too much, and I wanted to play sport, so made sure I got out of that. But yeah, it definitely was good fun.
Was it always cricket, or were you into lots of sports growing up?
Yeah, cricket was probably my least favoured when I was a youngster. Yeah, basketball was probably my main sport. Aussie rules, the Australian football, and I was lucky I played a little bit of English football as well when I was younger. So it's sort of helped my talents a little bit in the warm-up games with the boys. I don't look too much of a dud out there. So, but yeah, I think cricket sort of just took over. It's the game I enjoyed the most playing once I started playing, and yeah, thankfully that's the right one that I chose in the end.
When did you realise that cricket could be an actual career for you?
I think, probably when I was like 16, 17. I was a country boy, so mum and dad had to drive about an hour and a half to trainings and games once I started playing senior cricket in Melbourne. And once they sort of made that commitment to support me doing that, I decided that I probably should, have a good crack at it and give it a go. So I sort of got rid of the other sports at an early age and started concentrating on it then. And I think that's when it probably progressed a lot quicker, when I solely concentrated on that sport, that it sort of, it sort of advanced a lot quicker than the others. And like I said, it was the right choice in the end. I'm glad I did, because it is a game I love.
You've won pretty much everything there is to win in the game. Is there one memory or one moment that sticks out for you as your career highlight?
I don't think there's one. There's obviously lots, like you said, lots of different ones. But I think just winning trophies with whichever team I play with, whether it was Australia, Victoria back home, club cricket back home, and I hate to say it, but yeah, obviously my time with Essex and winning there is part of it too. And like I said, part of the reason for coming to Somerset was the success that you guys have had over the years in all different formats. And hopefully, that's obviously I like playing T20 and one-day cricket. But yeah, I'd love to be able to get that trophy here in the first class game, and it'd be nice to raise that and beat Essex along the way would be added bonus. So, but yeah, I just want to win trophies wherever I play, and hopefully I can perform as an individual and help the team do that. That's what I strive to do. So hopefully I can do that this summer.
Obviously, you'll be teaming up with your compatriot Matt Renshaw once again. Obviously, Somerset members and supporters got a taste of him a few years ago. It's been a few years now. What can they expect from the new Matt Renshaw? He seems to have calmed down a little bit, maybe, but he's got himself back in recognition for international honours through grit, determination, and hard work.
Yeah, he has. I think his games, from when he played with you guys, I think you got to see him as a batter, spend a bit of time out there and dig in and fight for 100, and then you got to see him smack it and bat like a white ball player. I think over the last few years he's developed his white ball game beautifully, and his red ball, he's striving now to get back into that Australian team, which I think over the next couple of years is going to be spots that are going to open up at the top of the order. And I think this is going to be probably the start of his challenge there, is try and perform here with against the red ball and get back up the top of the order back home in Oz. So looking forward to playing alongside him. I spent time with the strikers in the Big Bash with him, so he's definitely calmed down a little bit, but he does love the chat.
What do you think this team can achieve this year?
I think they shouldn't be thinking that we can't, have a crack and be close at all three titles. I think that we've shown, like I said, over the last few years, that competitive in all formats, and I think that's what you strive for. But I think this team's got the squad and got the balance all throughout that we can challenge for all trophies. So hopefully, I think if like we always say, if guys can stay fit, but it's just about being able to perform. And I think if we can consistently perform at our best, we're going to be hard to beat in all formats. So hopefully, that's we can start well next week and get the ball rolling.
And what would constitute a successful 2022 for Peter Siddle?
I think just performing. I think if I can perform and play a part for the teams, that I think we're going to do well. And hopefully, like I said, it probably is going to be my last year of county cricket before I'm done. So I want to go out successful, and hopefully there's one trophy is always nice, but hopefully a couple of trophies would be very nice. So it'd be nice to leave England with a couple of trophies and be able to say that I was a part of a great county season for Somerset.
And just finally, have you got a message for the members and supporters who are looking forward to seeing you out there on the pitch?
Nah, just come out and support. I remember obviously being here as a as the opposition and copping a lot of grief from you guys in the past. But yeah, I enjoy that, and I think that's the exciting part now, being one of the locals, that yeah, these guys are going to be supporting me and cheering on the boys. We love it. I know, talking to the boys, they've always loved the fan base down here and the support they get throughout the season. So yeah, looking forward to that support, and like I said, hopefully on the pitch, I as an individual can get the job done, but as a team, yeah, we can also do that, and you know, the end result's trophies, and hopefully we can bring some trophies back for them. Would be great.
Perfect. Peter Siddle, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Stands here. Boy, they love their cricket here in the West Country.
Scored 232 for 8 in their first innings, declaring at 5 o'clock on the first day. Somerset then batted almost exactly the same time to score 241 for 4. And in 2 sessions, last night after tea and today before lunch, Warwickshire scored 277 for 8, amassing 160 in their 30 overs before lunch. And they've set Somerset 269 to win in 2 sessions, so it's 60 overs. So we're just about waiting to start. Hannon Dalby marking out his run at the Marcus Trescothick end. The opening batsmen for Somerset are keeper Davis, Steve Davis, and Casey Aldridge. Oh, it's changed again. It's no, Davis and Lammonby. Tom Lammonby batting at number 2. And it's Oliver Hannon Dalby bowling from this end. 2 slips, gully, 3 in the covers, 2 saving 1 on the leg side and a long leg. The first ball is let go by Davis. Davis leaves the second ball. And then Dalby working on the ball a little, keeping the shine. It should stay for a few overs anyway. All the slips have their hands in their pockets. And for the third ball running, Davis lets it go outside the off stump. The sun is just beginning to come out here, but there's a lot of light cloud. So I suspect we won't see too much of the sun this afternoon. Four identical balls. Left outside the off stump. Through to Michael Burgess. A couple of the Warwickshire fielders are still wearing bobble hats, including the keeper. There's also a couple of sun hats out. Ball number 5. Again left. But that one bounced a little bit and got fairly close to his gloves. One would suspect there will be a little bit of indifferent bounce on this wicket. This wicket is now in its 8th day of play. It was used for both the preceding pre-season matches against Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. And an over where Davis did not play at a single ball. Hannon Dalby opens with a maiden. The train pulls out of Taunton Station, going north somewhere. somewhere up country. Yeah. Opening the bowling from the river end, Manraj Johal. Very similar field. 2 slips, gully, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 saving 1 on the leg side. And I suspect there's someone down a deep fine leg, but I can't see him from my position. First ball on the bat, outside off stump. Quietly pushed to mid-off. Tom Lammonby will be anxious to have a decent knock in this innings. Having succumbed LBW to Hannon Delby for a duck in the first innings. You'll want to be in good form going to Hampshire now on Thursday. Way outside off stump, safely left. Burgess makes a diving stop. At least I think it's Michael Burgess keeping wicket. As you may be able to see, his shirt hasn't got a number on the back. Not helpful. That is very close to being wide. Very good take by Burgess. As the sun disappears. Seagulls are still flying around. A couple sitting on the Lordie in Botham stand watching the cricket. Another ball wide of off stump, well taken by Burgess. I think of the 10 balls bowled so far in the innings, 9 have been wide of the off stump and 1 has been straight. Johal again. Yet another ball outside the off stump. Somerset are making their target a little more difficult, not having scored off the first 11 balls of the innings. In fact, only 1 ball has hit the bat so far. Make that 1 ball out of 12 has hit the bat. And 11 harmlessly wide of the off stump. It's going to be Oliver Hannon Delby again. Got a sweatband on each wrist. I can't believe it's for absorbing the sweat that's going to be coming out of his arms. Must be just a habit. A lot of players have such habits. It's the first ball he's made Davis play at. Off the back foot, out into the covers. No run. So Somerset remain at 0 for 0. Another leave outside the off stump. Perhaps the captains have a sneaky agreement that this game is going to be a draw. Whereas the crowd are all hoping that Somerset will manage to get the necessary 269 runs to win. A somewhat involuntary stroke from Davis. The point, backward point, no run. Tan and Derby in again from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Right under our box. Again, left outside the off stump. As this pitch is not anywhere near the middle of the square, we're not behind it in the commentary position here. The media centre is well to the left of it. The pitch with the matting on is about the closest we can get. Davis plays off the back foot, over the matting to mid-on. The pitch covered in matting will be the one used for the Essex game, starting here on the 14th of April. Of course, the one disadvantage of the pitch we're playing on now, being on the edge of the square, is the boundary towards the Carrick Pavilion is very short, and they brought a rope in some 35-40 yards on the other side of the field to make an equally small boundary. Another leave by Davis. So the first 3 overs, all maidens. Hopefully we'll see a run in a minute. Dalby troops off to deep fine leg. Being very brave, not wearing a sweater. It's Tom Lammerby to face Manraj Johal. Another off-stump leave. The wind is beginning to get up a little bit. We can hear it in our effects mics. No doubt you can as well. And the huge, allegedly white sheet acting as a sight screen at the river end is rippling in the breeze. The first shot of the attacking shot in the first runs of the innings. Lammerby gets 4 for a lovely drive just to the leg side. Just between the bowler and mid-on. Somerset are off the mark at 4 for 0. All 4 to Tom Lammerby. He'll feel better now. It's a well pitched up ball, nicely driven. Immaculate forward defensive this time. Now the sun has gone, the Quantocks are looking rather grim and gloomy, dark fields. Not the bright, lush green we're used to. play and a miss from Lemmonby. Went for an expansive off drive. Lucky not to get an edge. Perhaps today is his day. Two balls left of this, the fourth over. Play. Leave again outside the off stump. Ball returned via the circle of fielders. Joe Hart reaches the end of his remark, to his end of his run. In comes. Right arm fast. Deflected into the slips, an involuntary shot, well stopped by Hayne. Saved us 13-4. So after 4 overs, Somerset are 4 for naught. Lammonby has all 4. It'll be Hannon Delby again from the Trescothick end. Bowling to Davis. The batsmen haven't changed ends yet, so Davis has taken all of Hannon Delby's bowling. Straight ball this time, pushed off the back foot to mid-off. Again, no run for Davis. 13 balls he's faced now. Hannon Delby comes in again. Davis pushes again to cover. Hannon Delby sporting a pair of reasonably jazzy boots. As he runs away from us, you just see bright green flashes at the back. Another one wide of off stump. Davis has nothing to do with it. Ball is on its way back. Cricket at times can be such a scintillating game. Davis defends a good length ball again off the back foot. Pushes it to mid-off. No run. Another leave. Presumably the batsmen are playing to orders. So all the fielders in on the offside. The batsman could perhaps try and find a gap in the field with some of these balls that are wide of the stumps. It's Hannon Delby for the last ball of his third over. Davis again pushes it to cover. 3 consecutive maidens for Hannon Delby. Somerset remain at 4 for no wicket. Batsman having a chat in the middle. Hopefully they're talking about scoring some runs. At the moment, the Somerset rate is 0.8 of a run per over. Perhaps the discussion wasn't about scoring runs. Another leave outside off stump. Lammerby taking guard some 12 inches outside the popping crease. And to nullify movement of the ball as he leads it again. A slightly more aggressive shot, not quite timed, just the backward point, no run. At least the intent was there. Ryan side bottom at mid-off, works hard on the ball, shining it. Sorry, it's not side, Jake Lintott. I misread his number. Another leave outside off stump. Slip's hands go up in the air, thinking it was close, and there was no danger of it going anywhere near the stumps. Skipper Will Rhodes, first slip for Warwickshire, where he spent most of the first innings. A flashing drive from Lammerby. Only one problem, he missed it. Burgess takes it. Jake Lintott at mid-off, the Somerset boy in the Warwickshire side. Born in Taunton, attended Queen's College. And did play for Somerset seconds. The last ball of the over, another leave. That's after 6 overs. Somerset score remains on 4 for no wicket. We've had one scoring shot, the straight drive from Lammerby, and 5 maidens out of the 6. Umpire Graham Lloyd is adjusting his dress. He's cold, he's turned his collar up round his neck. When he puts his hat back on, you can barely see his face. He's no doubt longing for a long-sleeve sweater to wrap around his neck. Davis defends a good length ball on leg stump, straight back to the bowler. This is side bottom at this end, shining the ball. jumping around trying to keep warm. Another defensive shot as another train pulls out going north. I've seen more trains than runs in this innings, I think, so far. It's Hannon Dalby again. The third ball of his fourth over from the Triscothic end. Pushed by Davis to side bottom at mid-on. And a play and a miss from Davis. Ball goes through to Burgess. Defensive shot this time to the fourth ball of the over. Sorry, the fifth ball. One ball left. That's the end of the seventh over. Hannon Dalby's figures so far: 4 overs, 4 maidens, no runs, no wickets. And Somerset remain on 4 for naught of 7 overs. It's still Joe Hull from the far end. No field changes. 3 catches, 5 saving 1, and 1 boundary rider. Another leave from Lemonby. It's very difficult to make this innings sound interesting. We've had 1 forcing shot in 7 and a bit overs. Lemonby still taking guard outside his crease. And lets another one go through. Ball popped a little bit. Lemonby didn't quite keep it down on the floor. It went to Simmons at mid-wicket. Joe Hull circles around, comes to the corner of the Cooper Associates advertising piece, and in he comes. Oh, that was almost a forcing shot. Pushed to mid-off. Well, Lintott fields. Side bottom, the Australian bowler warming up at mid-on. Whether he's had the nod from his captain or he's just trying to give his captain the idea that he'd like a bowl. Wide of the off stump, no shot. Oh, the players all seem to think that was over. They can't count. Unless it's the umpire who can't count. But as the scorers are not arguing with the umpire, we'll assume the umpire's right and the players are wrong. There was one conversation in earlier innings between the umpires and the scorers, but how many balls had gone? Almost an attacking shot again. Pushed to mid-off. Now that's over. After 8 overs, Somerset are 4 for no wicket. And over the 8 overs, 7 have been maidens. Perhaps Sidebottom's warm-up was just to keep warm. As he's not coming on to bowl, it's still going to be Hannon Dalby from the Trescothick end. Right below us. Right arm, fast bowler. And Davis is off the mark. Push to square leg. Picked up just inside the boundary by Shay Simmons. And 2 runs to Davis. That's the 25th ball he's faced. The first scoring shot. Ruined Hannon Dalby's average. Oh, he's getting rash. Tucked away to fine leg. To Johal. A single. The batsman had changed ends. For the first time in 8.2 overs, Lammonby is now going to be facing Hannon Dalby. Still left-handed, so the fielders don't have to move. They all stay in the same places. 2 slips a gully. 3 in a ring on the offside. 2 on the leg side. And Johal down a deep fine leg. In front of the floodlit pylon. Lammonby off the back foot, pushes into the covers, as yet another train arrives at Taunton, this time going down towards Exeter way. And Dalby coming in a little wider this time. Getting a slightly more of an angle. With the ball just pushed to side bottom at mid-on. And Dalby's been running very straight. You can see footmarks on the ground. And he's been to the right of them most of the time. At last ball he was to the left of them. Just trying to change the angle of delivery. Didn't fool Lammonby. to the left of them again. Outside edge, almost caught by Hayne. 4 runs to Lemmonby. Involuntary shot. But no doubt he'll take it. Lemmonby moves on to 8. It's the end of the 9th over. Somerset, according to the scoreboard, is 7 for naught. I think they're 11. Annandale be positively expensive in that over. He had 4 maidens and his 5th overs cost him 7. So Somerset are now 11 for no wicket. Lemmonby is on 8. 2 boundaries, 1 off the middle, 1 off the edge. And Davis 3. And it's Davis to face Johal for the first time. Oh, the scoreboard is now caught up with my screen scoreboard. Davis pushes it to backward point. No run. In the Warwickshire slip cordon, we have the skipper, Will Rhodes, then Sam Hayne, and then Dan Mosley with the hat on, with the bobble hat. It's Manraj Johal again. A little bit uppish, pushed through the covers, no chance. Evaded Davis's grasp, and Somerset's Davis gets another single to take him on to 4 and the total on to 12. And it's back to Johal versus Lemmonby. A nice straight drive. Evaded side bottom at mid-on. Lemmonby gets 4. Mosley warming up below us, hoping to impress his captain and to give him a bowl. That boundary from Lemmonby was almost effortless. He just pushed it back, side bottom dive, but couldn't stop it. It toddled away to the Atkinson Pavilion. Oh, and that's an aggressive shot. Hook. Almost as he hit it, the umpire started signalling 4. Short pitch ball, got exactly what it deserved. Sudden rush of scoring. The last 11 balls has conceded 15 runs. Johal again, pushed out to mid-on by Lemmonby. No run. flowing off drive straight to Lintott. Mid-on, mid-off, no run. So at the end of the 10th over, Somerset are 20 for no wicket. Davis has 4, Lammonby 16. Lammonby's had 4 scoring shots, all boundaries. And we now have Mosley coming on to bowl. Dan Mosley, ex-England under-19 player. Umpire Lloyd now has a nice long sleeve sweater to wrap around his neck. He has done. Keeper Burgess donned a helmet, now standing up. Mosley bowling right arm round the wicket. Outside leg stump. Davies tucks it away to backward square. 1 single. Again outside leg stump. Deep square leg again fields. Single to Lammonby. Mosley's field is 1 slip. 3 in a line on the offside. Perhaps mid-off not quite saving 1. 3 in a line on the leg side. Deep square leg. And 1 at a deep point. That goes down the leg side. Just pulled up short of the boundary. Three to Davis. Joe Hall had a long run there. Just managed to save the boundary. Saves aside a run. Mosley again outside leg stump. Clipped to mid-wicket. No run. This time outside the off stump. Pushed away to the deep point boundary. Jay Simmons fields it. Brings Davis back on strike. And the dot ball to finish. That's 5 runs off 6 runs off Mosley's first over. Somerset now 26 for no wicket. Davis on 8. Lammonby 18. Joe Hall taking a break at the river end, and the Australian-born Ryan Sidebottom coming in to bowl. More of the same, right arm fast. He's going to be coming around the wicket to the left-hander. At least I hope he is, because the batsman's standing where he'd be bowling over the wicket. Yeah, round the wicket. A little bit of bounce. pushed into the covers, and the batsman scrambled a single. Side bottom again. Pushed to mid-off. No run. Ball on leg stump, this time pushed to mid-on. Good length ball, just defended, middle of the bat, mid-off fields. There are now patches of sunlight on the corntox. So the bit nearest to sea is okay, bright, the rest of it's gloomy. Side bottom in again. Tucked off his pads. Lammerby wanted a single. Davis not interested. The ground at the moment in shadow. We have no sun here. Fairly high percentage light cloud cover. Side bottom in for the last ball of this first over. Clipped away by Davis. Out to deep mid-wicket. Picked up by Shea Simmons. Throws over the keeper. Caught by Mosley. David Lloyd bundled up with a long sleeve sweater around his neck, a cap and a bobble hat in his pockets, and a short sleeve sweater, and still wearing gloves. The umpire square leg, David Milnes, obviously made of sterner stuff because he's not wearing gloves. Somerset now 28 for 0 off 12. Mosley's first ball is pushed by Davis into the covers. Defended again picked up by Hayne, who's moved from slip now to short extra cover. Nice chop away to backward point, but couldn't evade the fielder, so still no run. That one chopped to backward point, did evade the fielder. It's 4 runs to Davis. think that's his first boundary of the day. An appeal for LBW. From here that looked like going down leg side. I think the appeal was more in hope than expectation. That's the end of the over. 4 off it. Somerset now 32 for no wicket of 13 overs. Going at roughly 2.5 an over, whereas at the start they needed 4.5 to overhaul what Warwickshire had left them. So they are somewhat behind the clock. As we look away onto the Quantocks, there appears to be billowing smoke coming from somewhere up there. Perhaps a farmer setting fire to his field, or hope it's nothing too drastic. But it's side bottom from the river end. On leg stump, pushed to mid on, no run. Lemmerby almost plays that on. Plays a defensive shot which spins back under his bat and stops about 6 inches wide of his off stump. Somerset is still 236 runs behind, and they have 47 overs remaining in the day. It's quite a high rate now. Well, that'll make it a bit easier. Short pitch ball, hammered away through mid-wicket by Lemmerby for 4. It's a shot of a batsman who's in form. Good reactions. Clipped off his nose. Oh, I think we have a 5 runs. The ball went through low. Burgess couldn't gather it, and it hit the helmet behind Burgess. So I suspect that is 5 penalty runs against Warwickshire. The score is not yet altered. Guided towards third man, Mousley dives across and fields. Yeah, the score is now altered on my screen, although not on the main scoreboard. Somerset are now 41. I've not seen 5 runs for a ball hitting a helmet for some time. And never when I've been umpiring in local leagues. Lammerby tucks it away to square leg. Simmons fields and hurls at the stumps, misses, but good backing up. That's the end of the over. Somerset should now be 42 for no wicket. With Lammerby on 24 and Davis on 13. The main scoreboard has not caught up with us yet. They're now at 41. Now both scoreboards agree. 42 for no wicket. In 14 overs. So Summit's over rate is now 3. 3 runs per over. And what an unlucky way for Davis to be out. I think Warwick should have withdrawn the appeal. I was sure. The ball was hit straight back down the pitch. The bowler touched it. It hit the stumps. And Davis is out of his ground. But he is still there. Of course, the fielding side are well within their rights to withdraw the appeal if they wish. But it is a very unlucky way to be out. Quick single, Davis just makes it to the other end. Lammerby goes on to 25. And the total to 43 for no wicket. Now is Davis going to profit from his slice of good luck there and get some runs? He's going to chance his arm, thinking it may be his day. Pushes it to mid-on, side bottom, no run. Davis pushes this one out to deep cover. A single, end of the over. So Somerset 44 for no wicket off 15. Davis 14, Lammerby 25. And the extra 5, of course, was the 5 runs for ball hitting the helmet inside bottom's previous over. It's going to be side bottom again from the river end. It's the 3rd over. Mosley so far has bowled 3 overs, 0 for 12. This is side bottom's 3rd over. And continuing round the wicket as both batsmen are left-handed. It's clipped away to fine leg by Lammerby, just a single. Sorry, by Davis. resolutely defended. Again left by Lemmonby. Side bottomer's run is about 5 yards longer than Joe Hall's. Starting outside off stump, coming back, but well left. That's Lemmonby gone. Flashed outside the off stump. Faint edge. And Warwickshire skipper Rhodes completes the catch. Lemmonby out then for 25. And Somerset lose their first wicket at 45. In the first hour after lunch, Warwickshire bowled 15 overs. We're just over the hour now. We're on 15.5 overs. Yes, I think the snick was heard by all of us on the ground. Slight deviation. Rhodes took a good catch. Sort of catch you would expect your first slip to take. Davis casts a lone figure at the stumps at the far end. The umpires are standing together in the middle. All the Warwickshire players are gathered round at this end. George Bartlett comes to the wicket. When not playing for Somerset, I gather he plays for my old club at Bridgewater. Takes guard from umpire Milnes. Same field as before. And that's gone to the only fielder anywhere near the boundary. Bartlett deflected down to fine leg for a single to open his account and steal the bowling. 46 for 1. Davis 15. Bartlett 1. Must be 40. My screen is just updated and taken Lammonby off. We've had 16 overs. There are 44 remaining in the day. There's yet another highly coloured train pulled in to Taunton Station, going down towards Devon and Cornwall. That's been pushed out by Bartlett to mid-wicket. Bartlett tucks that one away to fine leg. Gets a single, takes him on to 2. And Somerset on to 47 for 1. Mosley back around the wicket to the left-handed Davis. Push to backward point, no run. Davis pushes it out to deep point. It's another single. It's 48 for 1 for Somerset. Davis now on 16. And this is coming up to the end of the 17th over of the innings. Defensive shot by Bartlett. Mike Burgess threw the ball at Alex Davis, who wasn't watching. And he dived to hit the floor in a reflex action. Comes to something when your own team throw a cricket ball at you. Side bottom continuing from the river end. Bowling round the wicket to left-handed Davis. The Warwickshire skipper, Rhodes, is still having a chat in the middle. He's not yet taking up his position at first slip. Somerset need another 220 runs to win this game. They have 43 overs to do it. Gentle push to mid-off by Davis. Rhodes and Mosley having a chat, no doubt setting plans for the next over. Davis punches into the covers and gets 4, square with the wicket. Ball run almost all the way over the square, which is by far the fastest part of the outfield. Just outside the boundary we still have the practice net. It's remained empty this afternoon. None of the Somerset boys feel they need a warm-up before they go into bat. Good length ball defended by Davis on the front foot. Goes to cover, no run. Side bottom shining the ball hard. Runs in. Lots of shouting around, but no action from anybody. The ball goes about 2 yards in front of front of Davis. And Alex Davis runs in to pick it up. Good length ball again, this time turned away. Barely goes 2/3 the length of the pitch out towards mid-on. Who trots in, picks it up. Side bottom again. Slightly more aggressive shot from Davis. Straight to mid-off. No run. End of the over. Somerset are now 52 for 1. Davis on 20. Bartlett on 2. 18 overs have gone. There are 42 overs left in the innings. Hayne practicing his run-up. In the vain hope he's going to get a bowl. But Mosley has divested all his garments again. Or all the ones he's going to give the umpire. He's about to restart. Bowling his 5th over. He currently has 0 for 14 off 4 overs. And side bottom has also bowled 4 overs and taken 1 for 13. And he is now feeling a deepish mid-off right in front of us. Straight back over the bowler's head. Over Dan Mosley's head by Bartlett, 4 runs. Slightly over pitched from Mosley down the wicket. Picked up on the half volley. No chance for any of the fielders. A confident appeal for LBW. As Bartlett went back to a ball. I suspect it was going down the leg side. Have a look on replay. Yeah. Turned way down leg side. And Bartlett pushes that one out to deep point. Easy single. Now Mosley to Davis. Defends it. Barely reaches the bowler. The bowler throws it to side bottom and gives it a little polish. Spinners always like to swing or dip the ball. And the shiny side helps. A little bit of turn on that one. Lift. Played back down the wicket safely though by Davis. Last ball of the over coming up. Defended again by Davis. Just pushed back down the wicket. Umpire Lloyd trying to get rid of sweaters and caps and everything else. Umpire Graham Lloyd, of course, son of the famous Bumble. David Lloyd, England cricketer, coach, umpire, commentator, now retired. It's going to be side bottom again from the river end, with Somerset on 57 for 1 to Bartlett. Firm push out to mid-off, no run. We have about 45 minutes until the tea interval. Which should be about the halfway stage in the Somerset chase. Shorter pitch ball outside off stump, left by Bartlett. Good length ball there, just played straight back to the bowler, fairly firmly. Side bottom, good enough fielder to get down and field off his own bowling. It's amazing how good most bowlers are fielding balls off their own bowling. As if they miss them themselves, they can't complain if other fielders do. Pitched up, flashing off drive, nobody moves except the umpire, signal 4. And the poor chap at backward point who had to run round the boundary 30-40 yards to collect it and throw it back. Beautiful shot by Bartlett. Bartlett again leaves it. He's got a very modern stance. Legs, knees bent, crouched and bat high. So he only has to bring it down. He hasn't got to take it up and bring it down again. Another push out to the covers. No run. End of another over. Side bottoms bowled 5 overs, taken 1 for 17. Somerset is 61 for 1 off 20 overs. So it's just over 3 and over. Davis has got 20, which is exactly 1 and over for him. And Bartlett 11. I think it's Dan Mosley to continue. The Trescothic end here, just below us in the media centre. For those who know, we're to the left of the Trescothic stand, and above the Thatchers open air bar. Mosley to Davis, just pushed to backward point, no run. Same thing, but Rhodes wanted a little exercise with slip, so he ran in front of the backward point fielder to pick it up. Slips. Noticing this sort of weather freeze to death. Always like to move a little bit. Short pitch ball on leg stump, tucked away, deep mid wicket. 1 run to Davis. It's Mosley going over the wicket to Bartlett. Who pushes it into the covers, beats Alex Davis, and deep point, runs around, picks it up, 1 run. It's Chris Benjamin out there, who kept wicket a little bit yesterday. Looked very tidy. Chopped again to backward point. Davis. One ball to go in this over. Just lost my TV screen there, had to turn it back on. Defended. Ball at least 5 yards. Somerset 63 for 1 off 21. Davis keeping up his 1 run per over, 21. And Bartlett on 12. There are now 39 overs left in the Somerset innings. And if they're going to win, they need 205 more runs. Sorry, 206. I can't read the numbers. Change of bowling at the river end. Shea Simmons coming in to bowl, who has been called the next Jofra Archer. Another youngster on the staff. He bowled in quite a lively manner earlier on in Somerset's first innings. Down the leg side, tucked away backward square by Bartlett. 1 run. Simmons bowled quite tidily in the first innings. He didn't take a wicket. The only wicket takers were Hannon Delby and Lintoft. And 2 of Somerset's batsmen retired out. Davis pushes away. There's a change in the field now. I think we now have 2 fielders out behind square on the leg side. 2 saving 1. Nice push into the covers. No run. 3 in the offside, they're saving 1. The first slip and about a 4th slip. And Dan Mosley, who was at second slip, is now at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Simmons keeping Davis quiet again. Lintoff wandering over, giving him words of advice or encouragement. glided off he's trying to shape it down to third man, but I think it's a bit of an edge from Davis. Straight past first slip for 4. I can't imagine he'd been playing it deliberately in that direction. Don't think it was a chance, really. Just wide of Rhodes' left hand and very low. Rhodes having to plod to the boundary to fetch it. Simmons in again. Oh, that was a chance. Clipped off his toes to mid-wicket. Looked like 4, but Mosley flung himself across. One-handed. Just couldn't hang on to it. But look, on the bright side, he saved 4. That would have been a marvellous catch. Tapping hands with Simmons to say sorry. So after 22 overs, Somerset at 68 for 1. Davis with that 4 has raced on to 25. And Bartlett on 13. Simmons conceded 5 off that over. And almost had the wicket of Davis. Is Mosley now to Bartlett? Wide of off stump. No shot. Through to Burgess. Bartlett stretching well forward, killing everything with the ball. Well forward again. Steers it towards the third man region, but not going very fast, and Slip Rhodes comes across to pick it up. Playing a miss by Bartlett. Feet looked very static. Just waved his bat at it as it went past. Didn't look a very elegant shot. Driven backward of square on the offside by Bartlett. Almost a catch. The deep gully. But almost is not enough. Jake Lintott there. The ball goes to the third man. To the stand with no seats. I'm assured those seats are going to be installed in time for the Essex game in a fortnight's time. Again to short third man, this time picked up by Lintott. After 23 overs, 72 for 1. Davis on 25, Bartlett on 17. Batsmen have a little chat. Simmons had 1 over, a dropped catch, he's taken off. Jake Lintott, Somerset boy, born in Taunton, attended Queen's College, just up the road behind us. Bowling left arm over the wicket to Davis. 1 slip. 6 players saving a single. And 1 out on each side of the wicket. for the right-handed Bartlett. We have one out a deep point, one a deep square, 5, 6 others virtually saving a single, and a slip. And he just defends to his first ball. Defends the next ball. Bartlett sweeps. Nice bit of footwork on the boundary by Chris Benjamin. Dom Sibley seems to have hurt himself trying to dive and stop that one. He's holding his back like an old man. He's going to stay there. He's feeling it backward square leg. Flash outside the off stump by Bartlett. Luckily missed. His wicketkeeper Burgess caught it. Last ball of Lintoff's first over. Bartlett driving towards the covers. Gets it off the inside edge, straight down the wicket. There were 3 runs off that over. So Somerset are now 75 for 1 off 24 overs. With Davis on 26, Bartlett on 19. It's Mosley again. It's Mosley round the wicket to Davis. A shout of frustration rather than appeal. It was clearly outside leg stump. 3 saving 1 on the leg side and the deep square. 3 saving 1 on the offside. Plus a slip. Plus deep cover point. Davis defends again into mid-wicket. Bit of footwork by Alex Davis, the ex-Lancashire player. Fourth ball played back down the wicket by Davis. Pad went to short fine leg. No run. Davis, who recently signed his new contract, extending his stay here for another year. Gave himself a little room for that, punched it out on the offside. Hannon Dalby prevents it going for 4, but Davis steals the bowling. So it's 76 for 1. Davis is 27 and Bartlett 19. We've had 25 of the 60 overs. Another 5 overs will take us to halfway in this innings. Lintoft. Davies in a little bit of trouble, not quite knowing where it had gone. Fielded it slip by Rhodes, who's taken one good catch today to get rid of Lammonby. Push out square on the offside. Another defensive push out on the offside by Davis. Yes, another push. So far, only 7 of the Somerset squad in this match have had a bat out in the middle. I would think before the Hampshire game next week, they'll want to give a couple more at least the opportunity. Another block. Lintoff now 2 overs, 0 for 3. That was a maiden over. I really failed to see the logic of Davis still batting there. 27 runs in 26 overs. Just having a net in the middle. Mosley again. Bartlett pushes it back. Backward defensive shot from Bartlett. Little confusion in the field there where Burgess went to tap it with his foot to a fielder who missed it. Bartlett pushes out. Cover point. Hayne chases out and retrieves. 1 run to Bartlett, and as umpire Lloyd drops the sweater. And Davis is gone. Slashing inside off stump. Edges a catch to Rhodes. His second catch of the day. That's Davis out for 27. Caught Rhodes. Bowled Mosley. And Somerset's score is now 77 for 2. I think it's Sam Hayne and George Bartlett having a chat there. 2 umpires having a chat, and the Warwickshire fielders generally having a drink. with just under 20 minutes to go before tea. The veteran James Hildreth is the new batsman, facing up to Mousley. Punches it to Hayne. And that's the end of the 26th over. Sorry, it's the end of the 27th. 33 overs left. Somerset are 77 for 2. Hildreth yet to score. And Bartlett on 20. Hildreth, who didn't get a knock in the first innings. This Lintoft round the wicket to the right-handers. 4 saving 1 and a deep square leg on the leg side. Goes to backward square leg. Picked up by Dom Sibley. Killed stone dead there by Bartlett. Lintoft gives the ball quite a little tweak as he bowls. That's 4 runs. A little wide outside leg stump. Bartlett sweeps. No chance for any of the fielders. Take 4. Neither Benjamin or Sibley had any chance with that. Back to defensive mode. Ball on the stumps. Just turned round the corner. Bartlett stretched for that one. Luckily he kept his back foot anchored. Burgess is there, taking it cleanly, looking to take off the bails. Bartlett has played that one onto his stumps. So he's down as bowled Lintoft. .24. Somerset are now 81 for 3. Umpire David Milnes having a chat with 1 or 2 of the Warwickshire players. As Hildreth at the far end rehearses a forward defensive shot. It's Tom Banton now coming to the crease for Somerset. So I suppose it's possible the scoring rate will increase. Banton batted very nicely for 47 in the first innings. And when this was a new pitch, some time ago, he got 100 batting against Glamorgan. And that was the end of Lintoft's over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. And it's Mousley again, who's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 27. Three fielders out. Playing a miss by Hildreth. Failure to gather by Michael Burgess. All in all, pretty average. Hildreth swishing across the line. Gets 1 to deep mid-wicket. Gets him off the mark. Tom Banton adjusting the rubber on the handle of his bat. Replaces his gloves. Takes guard from umpire Graham Lloyd. Skips about, swings his arms, loosens up. Pretending he's going to hit it hard. We'll see. Famous crouch stance. Bat high, let the first one go. Off somewhat of an inside edge. Forward defensive shot goes to square leg. Possibly a single there, but cold muscles, they didn't want to risk it. Pushed it on the offside. No single there. Advanced down the wicket. The ball trickles towards the square leg umpire. Banton gets a single. 83 for 3. Both batsmen now on 1. And 29 of the 60 overs of the Somerset innings are complete. Banton takes guard. Lintoft comes into bowl. The deep square leg. Deep mid-wicket. Fairly deep mid-on. Reasonably deep mid-off. 3 saving 1. And 2, 1 out deep on the offside. To go with this 1 slip. But Rhodes has done well. He's had 2 chances and caught them both in this innings. That Just played gently by by Banton. Rhodes picks up at slip. Leg stump turned round the corner to Sibley. No was a very loud call from Hildreth. Pushed out on the offside this time by Banton. And Dalby out there on the cover point boundary. Lobs it back in. There's no Hildreth to face Lintoft for the first time. Reverse sweep from Hildreth. Gets him 4 runs. Alex Davis has wandered over to the bowler to suggest a field change or two. Nothing seems to be happening. A good sweep towards the leg side. Well fielded. And no run. That was the end of that over. So Lintoft has now bowled 4 overs and taken 1 for 12. Mosley fielded that last one. He saved 4 runs. We have about 7 minutes to the tea interval. We should get 2 more overs in, at least. It's just been demonstrated the dangers of being an umpire. Graham Lloyd almost taken out and having his hat taken off by a straight drive from Banton. He just evaded it. I know what it's like to stand there like that. Good straight hit for 4 for Banton. You can see why some umpires wear helmets. Banton pushed forward, outside edge, caught by Burgess for 5. Very innocuous dismissal. But rather than win this game, Somerset are going to be struggling to save it. James Hildreth having a chat with both umpires. There was no doubting that that was out. We heard the snick on the effects mic, and as soon as Burgess caught it, Banton turned and walked off. He didn't wait for Graham Lloyd to give him out. It's Lewis Gregory has come to the wicket for Somerset. A fairly powerful hitter of the ball. There are 4 balls left of this over. And because of the delay with the wicket falling, we'll probably only have 1 more over after this before tea. Wide of the off stump. Gregory lets it go. Turn to deep, just in front of square leg. Gets Gregory off the mark. The gentle single. Aldridge, calm, defensive. Big appeal for a catch down the leg side. I suspect Graham Lloyd's educated it came off the pad rather than the bat. Somerset on 93 for 4. Hildreth on 5. Gregory on 1. That's 31 overs gone. And this could be Lintoft again. Lintott, rather. To bowl the 32nd over of the innings. And Somerset still need 175 to win. Gregory blocks that one, goes a couple of yards. He fields it himself and throws it to the fielder. Push to mid-wicket, no run. A little bit of footwork by Hayne. The old-fashioned way of stopping a ball. Stick your boot in front of it. Gregory again plays it, fields it and throws it back to the bowler. I know some players in league cricket in this county would be appealing for that. Hildreth again taps it away to Hayne. Short mid-on. Great take down the leg side by Burgess. Gregory down the wicket. Straight down the ground, 4 runs. It's the last ball before tea. The players drift off for a cup of tea and a sandwich and a muffin. Somerset going to tea then at 97 for 4 off 32 overs. Hildreth on 5, Gregory on 5. Well, everybody seems to be shaking hands. Does that mean we've finished? It looks like the players they've all agreed that that is the end of the game. We're not going to continue. We're going to scrap the last session, depriving the huge crowd of entertainment. So the game is finished in a draw with Somerset on 97 for 4. Now the Somerset coach has a problem. Who is he going to pick to play against Hampshire on Thursday? So to sum up then, the first innings on Friday, Warwickshire scored 232 for 8 in their first innings before declaring at 5 o'clock, leaving Somerset an hour's batting overnight, which they got to 23 for 1. And Somerset went on by tea to score 241 for 4. Warwickshire went into bat, and by lunchtime, at tea time yesterday, and by lunchtime today, thanks to 160 runs in the morning session today, scored 277 for 8. The declaration at lunch left Somerset 269 to win in 60 overs, but the players and umpires have all shaken hands at tea after 32 overs. They've been bowled, leaving the game as a draw, and both sides can leave with honour. Thank you for being with us. This is Tony Pomeroy, signing off.
So Lachlan Stevens, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you for having me.
Obviously, you're new to the role. You've been here a few days now. How are you finding the place? What are your initial thoughts?
I'm 3 days in. The ground is absolutely beautiful, and everything you sort of think about when you think about some English grounds. So I'm really happy to be here at the ground here at Somerset. It was cold on day one. I think I was a little bit out of my depth. There was ice on the field this morning, so I'm on a bit of a steep learning curve, but it's been great.
What has your process been so far? Obviously, you're very new to the job. How long is it going to take for you to get your feet under the table and feel comfortable and get into practice what you're hoping to achieve?
Yeah, good question. Look, it'll take a while, I think. You know, it's obviously a wonderfully tight-knit group, and the coaching staff have been around for a while. So I think it'll take me a little bit of time just to get in and to find my niche within the coaching group and the players and find where I'm going to be useful. So a little bit of time, but you know, turning up every day, I'll learn more and more as we go.
Why Somerset?
Look, I think during the process, I'd spoken to a few different people, both who knew the club from the inside and who'd been outside the club but had observed it. And people just spoke really highly about it, both as a club and a sort of a family type area. And a lot of people spoke highly about the young players that the club had coming through, young batters, but the young group in general that have stuck together through the academy years and things like that. So I think there was a lot to like about it from the outside without knowing what it was like on the inside. It just had that good reputation both internally and externally.
Obviously, you've got a good bunch of guys to work with, some more experienced players, but some very exciting young players as well, and a variety of styles. You must be looking forward to getting your teeth into the task ahead.
Yeah, look, I mean, coaching's got some underlying factors no matter where you are, and it's mostly about getting to know people. So I'm looking forward to getting to know the boys and seeing how they all want to go about their cricket and trying to work in with that. So I'm sure there'll be some big differences from Australian situations to English situations, and I'll have to learn that on the go. But obviously, you know, speaking to Jason and Tweeds and a few of the other staff members, I'll be learning off them as well. So it'll be fantastic.
Are you impressed with what you've seen so far?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And again, I don't know the competition intimately, so I'll have to get to learn, you know, both about ourselves and the opposition and see where we sit within that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's been good to watch the boys go about their work. You know, Greeny played well yesterday, as did Tommy Abel. I'm really looking forward to watching him play a lot of cricket. But all of the boys, you know, there seems to be some really good skill sets around, and I'm looking forward to getting to know them better.
What would you class as being a successful 2022 for Lachlan Stevens in his new role?
That's a good question. What's success? I mean, success for me is really getting to know people. So I know that sort of you want to hear about wins and losses and championships and things like that, and I understand that that's how you're judged as a county. But look, for me, it'll just be learning where I fit within the staff and learning where I fit for the players and getting to know them really well. That'll be a success for me.
And looking forward to the task ahead?
Very much so, yeah. It's been exciting to come over. I've been looking forward to it for a couple of months now. So it's lovely to be here and start to get my teeth into the role.
Well, Lachlan Stevens, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Spencer.